I've unmuted the room, so all your mics are live.
Okay, good morning, El Dorado County, and welcome to the Board of Supervisors' regularly scheduled meeting of January 13th. And the time is 9 a.m. So let's get started. We're going to first start with an invocation from the Tibetan Buddhist monks of Gaiden Martse Monastic University. For the past 25 years, this tour has been faithfully coming to El Dorado County, both the West Slope and Tahoe, as part of their ongoing National Arts and Culture Tour, hosted by the Placerville Friends of Tibet. Each year, more than 2,000 people visit the tour over the course of 2 to 3 weeks. They offer yearly blessings to the community, as well as teachings, healing, workshops, arts, and cultural events. At this time, I would like to introduce Wendy Wood, who is the tour coordinator. And if you would please come forward you can bring everybody, yes. Welcome.
Good morning, and thank you so much for your invitation here today. My name is Wendy Wood, and I'm the tour organizer for this tour for many, many years. I'd like to introduce Geshe Punso, who will share briefly, he will introduce the monks and share briefly what the nature of this particular blessing is about, since it is in Tibetan, and not many of us speak that here today, so thank you. Geshe Punso.
Thank you.
Many greetings and thank you for having us here. 6 months we travel whole America to spread humanity, blessings and prayers. So we travel almost 80,000 miles in whole America, and 6 months are here. And the prayers we're going to do for peace and prosperity and harmony and the unity. So that's why may our prayers always bless the county, and that's our all the wish, and that's our journey to spread this prayers and blessings. So please focus and with proper motivations, and we'll do the prayers. Thank you.
Zoye chonam la chancho bardo dani jabzo che dagi jinzo gebe zonam ge dola benje sanje dobra sho sanje chodan zoye chonam la chancho bardo dani jabzo che dagi jinzo gebe zonam ge dola benje sanje dobra sho sanje chodan zoye chonam la chancho bardo dani jabzo che dagi jinzo gebe zonam ge dola benje sanje ro borai sho dewa dan deve jodan dembra juje senje dan je dunye dan dunye ge jodan dewa juje senje dan je dunye mebe dewa dan me dewa juje senje dan je nyere chada ni dan jeve ta nyam la ne bra juro je senje dan je dewa dan deve jodan dembra juje senje dan je dunye ge jodan dewa juje senje dan je dunye mebe dewa dan me dewa juje senje dan je nyere chada ni dan jeve ta nyam la ne bra juro je senje dan je dewa dan deve jodan dembra juje senje dan je dunye ge jodan dewa juje senje dan je dunye mebe dewa dan me dewa juje senje dan je nyere chada ni dan jeve ta nyam la ne bra juro je Kenge toka ne rakwa josa kunde chute chege gebo kunge lozanda sedan cheba ne te cheso se kenge nangwa sende pente te chese lama gebe zongwa che talo tebe sana shinjo temba jeje kelcha shuso se sheja chukwen chere lote kesan na we kenjo le she so tabe pege lame zebe Tonde tembe tende la cha ze yi won chi ya na so me do ta pe shen do be na se de cha so mo cha ye che ya so je se na chin cho che la che ba be kan she do ne so ba yi le ma yi so me ge che ge ba ke ba don ba se ge me de cha ni ne che ba ta be so so cha ni me de ma de do la se che ge ban be de jo de ye che kon bo ye ge la chen che ba ta cha sam ba ta be yi rang o che ze la ma dam ba ke na ge che go ka la chen ze tin tin ne che da sam be de je ze ma la sam che che ge char ba ab do se nam da ye se nyin le shen ba ye son cho ko la chan no me nga ya ta me na wo su go ra ba ye se de bar do me no tem ba jo da ge chi nye sa be ke wo ten dan do wa kun la kan be da ke bra che ze lo san ja ba ye tem be nyin bo ren do se che sho me me ze ve de chen che re che me ke be hon bo chan be yang de bo ma le chum ze sa ve kan che ke be zu chen zong ka ba lo san ja be sha la so wa se ra kun do cha wa zong ka be te jo shen ye mo so che be ye we ma be lang san ji ne le ke che san yang do bo ra ma ju ro e che Teta kingi jiso dalo chi kiwa teta tamche rabdo mo Dusun shibi kiwa tamche ki nguwa kanla choto ngakwa Tashi kiwe tsawa dugyun ja sambo chi chi rabdo mo wara eke Korwe shingan ze pendan dewa male chumbe Chere sewa tenzen jatso ye shabe side bardo tenjuro Chinye pa nyurdo nele tajo che chowe nene male Tato chungwa me bara isho Nyebe chenla da chinye mecho tembe chenla da Kete mecho tembe chenla Chidra ngowa me lando bara isho
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was a deep honor having you here with us this morning. Thank you and safe travels.
Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Madam CAO, are there any changes to the agenda that was posted on January 7th?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to note that there was a hearing a notice public hearing for Carson Creek Village 11 map amendment. This hearing will not be on today's agenda. It has been rescheduled to February 3rd, and there will be a new notice that is published and circulated for that hearing.
Okay,
If anybody would like to speak to that, they could do so at 1 p.m. during the open comment period today.
perfect. Okay, thank you for that update. We will deem the agenda approved as presented. We'll move next to the approval of the consent calendar. Are there any consent calendar items that my colleagues wish to comment on or pull for discussion? We'll start with District 1.
No, thank you.
Okay. District 2, Mr. Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to let the public know there's a meeting tomorrow night. DAG is putting on at 6 o'clock, talking about the glassy wing sharpshooter. It's very invasive to our county, and at least give people an update of what's kind of going on.
Okay, thank you for that. District 3, Mr. Veerkamp.
No, Madam Chair, no changes.
Okay. Ms. Parlin, District 4.
Nope.
Okay. And I have no changes as well. Madam CAO, do you have a comment to make at this time?
Thank you. Just one more comment also on the glassy wing sharpshooter. There's item 11 today, which is regarding that infestation and the grant. But I wanted to note that the Ag Commissioner will also be providing a presentation here at the board meeting on February 3rd as well.
Okay, excellent. We'll now take public comment on all matters on the consent calendar. Public comment on closed session items will also be taken at this time. Please identify which item or items you will be addressing to the board. specifically closed session items 1, 2, 3, and 4, and consent items numbers 5 through 15. Ms. Dawson?
We are now taking public comment specifically on consent items in closed session. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time is ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Are there any members of the public that would like to address the board? Please come forward. Welcome.
Madam Chair, supervisors, hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm Martin Entwistle. I'm the Chief of Medical Affairs at Marshall Medical Center, and I'd like to speak in support of your review of the grant application for the psychiatric hospital facility and navigation center.
I think
Little-
that's a department matter, isn't it?
Yes, that's a department matter. So that is going to come up at some point between the end of public comment and noon. I'm not exactly sure which time
Okay,
because it's not time specific,
So we'll be
but
doing
we'll
those
we'll
comments in
want
a
to
few
take
minutes
public
then.
comment
at that
at
time.
that time. It's possible if we don't have a lot of public comment right now that we'll be able to squeeze it in before 10 o'clock. But we do have a 10 and a 10:30 time central, so
All right,
time specific.
thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, doctor. Thank you for being
I
here.
think County Council wanted to elaborate on that.
Well, Madam Chair, I believe the board will be taking public comment on all those agenda items shortly after the conclusion of adoption of the consent
Oh,
calendar.
that's right. Yes. Okay, thank you. Oh, hello. Okay,
Hanging in
we're
there,
all
Marvin.
we're all adjusting a little bit here. It will be very shortly. Yes, thank you for that. Sorry about to get everyone off course there. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address the board on consent items or closed session? Okay, I don't see any more in the room. Can we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, board. Just have a few comments to make here related to this new process. And also I want to comment on a couple of items. There's 4 closed session, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 is for the Registrar of Voters to be reviewed. 11 consent calendar items, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, of which I'm going to speak to on 10 and 12. And then regular items, there's 4, 16, 17, 18, and 19, and there's no hearings. Related to the actual consent calendar items of which I'm going to speak about. Thank you, George, for speaking about the glass wing sharpshooter. A very tragic for farming community if we don't make sure we take care of that. And I believe with the plans set for El Dorado County, we will take care of that. That was item 10. Item 12, GIS water portal. Extremely important to get data related to a number of subjects, and the county surveyor's office working with the water agency in creating this water portal will be a way to do it. So we would be able to get a real-time look at how we're doing with our water. I assume it'll be source to the water district, and I'll be waiting, obviously, with others to see that happen. Item 14 is non-minor dependent use transitional housing at South Lake Tahoe. Brooke, I support that. We need to make sure that age group is having some place that they can stay in order not to be out on the street or certainly at Lake Tahoe. That would be extremely a problem, not only the individual, but for the community. I don't like this new approach. I've told you that before last week, that I'm willing to make sure that I get my comments in regardless of whether I like the system or not. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Good morning. Hi, Kelly Nalavaya from District 1, El Dorado Hills. It's always hard to know how to public comment on a closed session because obviously we're not privy to know exactly what you are not discussing in a potential litigation of this case. However, on item 3 with native directions, I am just encouraging you to stay strong. It is not an appropriate location nor use for the area that they are contending to put these facilities in. I would add even more caution now that we are becoming more aware of, and I don't want to call it fraud, but maybe you'll recall for the past 2 years, I've been deep diving into these places calling themselves rehabilitation or addiction mental health service places and brought some really disheartening information to you all prior to allocating millions and millions and millions of dollars. And I'm even more passionate about making sure that we are not creating places just for the sake of creating places that get taxpayers' dollars and that they are actually legitimate and serving our community. The Native Directions Project is not serving our community, just taking advantage of our community. So I hope that the negotiations are still standing strong. Please do not waver. This is not the time to set that precedence. And otherwise, have a great day.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Lael Bennett Koshan here in Pollock Pines, District 5. Concerning the closed agenda, I would like to comment on item 4, where you'll be evaluating the registrar of voters. Over the past few years, I've had the occasion to go down there and have been very impressed by the customer service attitude, as well as the organizational structure there. And then I have attended public presentations where your prior, lead or director was answering difficult questions from people in the context of election integrity, and also introducing and utilizing the expertise of the current director of that department. So from this particular member of the public, I would applaud both the customer service attitude and the expertise and understanding of achieving election integrity, as well as defending election integrity across other registrars of voters in which our department collaborates. So that's my feedback. And then regarding consent items 8 and 9, I reiterate from my perspective the need to explain better to the public funding. General fund on 8, it states general fund with partial recovery from countywide cost allocation plan. I continue, to hit the point that this board decided that they needed to cut $15K from the wagon train. You're very strong about history. Prior boards made a open-ended, decades-long commitment when the wagon train reached the tipping point where it was not able to give back to the community, which it did for decades in the beginning. So I remain concerned that prior board commitments were not honored by this board. And, you have to make tough decisions. But I am trying to point out that when it says general fund and doesn't say future years, I wonder where that latitude comes from. And then in item 9, it states the same, but it's future years through the countywide cost allocation plan. I applaud your budget analysts who have met with me personally in the context of senior centers being closed in El Dorado Hills, and they explained to me the complexity of the countywide cost allocation plan. But I think the public would benefit for you explaining in the context of both cutting personnel, which you unfortunately had to do in this last budget cycle for this budget year, as well as to repeat 15K, which to me, in my world of the budget, is budget dust in $1 billion budget.
Thank you for
You
your
have the
comments.
latitude.
Thank you.
I said
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I will bring this item then back to the board for action.
Move and approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We will now move forward to public comment on all other agenda items. So the rest of the agenda specifically is items number 16, 17, 18, and 19. Dr. Entresol, do you want to try that again? Okay, you'll be next.
Can I open it up?
Can you open public, please?
We are now taking public comment specifically on items 16 through 19. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Good morning.
Button. Red, Jim.
Red means hot mic,
Yeah,
so
it
make
means
sure
you're
that,
on. There you
there
go.
it is.
Changed from green to red.
It changed.
Got a new system.
Okay. Green means go. Okay. Hello, I am Jim Abram, Chairman of the Behavioral Health Commission, as well as a father of a family member who has received Behavioral Health Division services since 2007. I'm here to comment on today's BOS agenda item 16, page 11 of your agenda. The Health and Human Service Agent's presentation on the Behavioral Health Division Support, Outreach, Accessibility, and Resilience Project, the SOAR project. The SOAR project is the repurposing of the building located at 299 Fair Lane, which previously served as the county's juvenile hall. The goal of the project is to provide an updated modern facility to replace the current Spring Street location facility building that has reached structural and functional obsolescence. On November 20th, 2024, the Behavioral Health Commission received a presentation on the BHCIP SOAR project from HHSA Jim Deal, and the Commission's comments were positive and the concept of the project were well received. On June 18th, 2025, at the Behavioral Health Commission meeting, agenda item 3, we received an update presentation by Jim Dill on the BHCIP funding grant and the progress of the SOAR project. I'll quickly mention that the grant is paying for this project, and I do not see any net impact to the county's budget for funding this project. And on June 18th, the Commission passed a motion bringing awareness to the Board of Supervisors about the SOAR project, and the Behavioral Health Commission supported this project to be moved forward. Over the past 19 years, I have become very familiar with the current psychiatric health facility building, and a new, modernized, functional building is definitely needed. The new facility will provide an increased capacity to treat our county's highest need behavioral health clients. Having 16 single occupancy rooms will increase the ability of the PUF to serve more clients at the same time. Currently, the facility has a lower occupancy rate due to having dual occupancy room, male, females, only 8 rooms, you can't put them together. And so it limits the number of clients the community can serve. The lower level will have a behavioral health outpatient center to provide access to all behavioral health services. The SOFAR grant program is a fantastic opportunity for the county to have an updated, excellent facility serving its most vulnerable citizens with much needed mental health services. I recommend the board continues to support the SOAR project and take necessary actions to continue moving this project forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Jim.
Let's try this again.
Try again.
Yes.
Oh, it's red. We're good.
You're good.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, Martin Entwistle, Chief of Medical Affairs at Marshall Medical Center, speaking in support of the same project, the SOAR opportunity for funding. Background, I'd like to give you just a bit of a story around the impact that we have for behavioral health issues in the county on Marshall. It may surprise you to know that we saw about 860 behavioral health patients in our emergency department last year. That's almost 3 per day. The average length of stay is over 24 hours. So if you normally visit the emergency department, you'll be out within several hours. For many of these individuals, we have to conserve them. We have people staying with behavioral health issues for over 10 days. So the average is below that, obviously. About 200 of the individuals we see are teens and pediatric cases, so it crosses all ages. But part of our challenge in terms of having that length of stay is disposition of patients. About 50% of the people that we see, we're able to return home, but 50% we're not. They require some additional support. And in that, we're heavily dependent on the psychiatric hospital facility. If it weren't in place, we would see even more patients. And these are the individuals that are really in severe crisis, so it put a big strain on the emergency department. We have a close relationship with them for transferring people that come to the emergency department to the psychiatric hospital facility. But as you've heard, in addition, there will be further services for day case care. And in this day and age for behavioral health, often you're not having to admit individuals to a psychiatric hospital. You can send them home for intense day-to-day. It's called partial hospitalization. So that new facility, we don't have that capability in the county today, will be a significant addition to otherwise the challenges we face for behavioral health and the challenges we have of providing inpatient or intensive services within this county. So this I see as a great advantage to the county. So we're very supportive and hope you can take due consideration. You also heard that would modify some of the facilities, and some of the things that may also surprise you. We may face challenges in moving an individual to the psychiatric hospital facility right now. They have a walker, they can't be accommodated. So little things that if the facility were brought up to speed, up to date, could actually help us. So thank you for your consideration. Thanks for listening. And I urge you to give it positive consideration. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Martin.
you. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board on either items 16, 17, 18, or 19? Okay, seeing nobody, we'll go ahead and move to Zoom, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Thank you, board, for the time. Again, I want to say I don't appreciate the fact that I'm commenting on something that I haven't heard the item. Department matters, item 16 and 17. And then on time specific, 10 o'clock, item 18 and item 19. On 16, Jim Deal is the real thing. The guy's phenomenal. Don't do anything to lose him. On the behavioral health SOAR program, you heard comments already about the importance of behavioral health, and certainly the SOAR program is extremely important as part of that, providing the services necessary in order to be able to facilitate individuals who need help. Item 17, the chief probation officer, and that item relates to a change in terms of appointment by the board, as well as classification changes and compensation changes, I believe. 10 o'clock time specific, the El Dorado Fair Association board is going to present their budget. They're going to have a presentation, 10 o'clock. And then there's a proposal to disband the fair ad hoc. I don't understand this is an annual need. I don't believe that you should disband the ad hoc. It's not the same thing as a one-off where you take care of something and then you don't really need the ad hoc anymore. In this case, it's an annual issue with the Board of Supervisors, and certainly I believe you should keep the ad hoc. And then 10:30 time specific, commercial cannabis. When I was on the Planning Commission, Supervisor Turnbull, you understand that I was very supportive of our ordinance and the changes necessary in order to bring it up to speed. It's taken a while. This setback discussion is obviously one of the ones that came up multiple times on individual projects as proposed, and there's a real need to make some amendment to the ordinance, and I hope that you will be able to do that with this 10:30 time specific item. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Yeah, hi, good morning again, Kelly Nalavaya. I just kind of want to echo, I would love so much to contribute to this conversation on behavioral health, on cannabis, on a new direction of my thinking from maybe some of my original. And I'm almost ready to cry, and I'm begging one of you, and I hope you know which one I'm begging. Bring our voice back. I'd love to hear the conversation and then add, but I feel silenced that I don't really know the direction of the behavioral health presentation or where we're still now thinking on setbacks with cannabis. So I really have nothing to say, which is really sad because I feel like I'm best a voice after I hear the facts of what the county needs and wants and is proposing instead of assuming. Why would I want to assume? So you know what? Somebody needs to go home on their knees to Jesus and say, this was wrong. That's okay. Change it and bring our voices back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Lyle Bennett Koshan, Pollock Pines, District 5. On departmental item 16, I have personal experience in this county and in other counties with loved ones. I applaud the renovation, the ideas, great staff, great interventions, definitely can be improved by improving the facility. One hiccup is because it's a small county, the many different tiers that can exist within the behavioral interventions, sometimes based upon capacity, require discernment, whether somebody will be transferred to a larger urban area in Sacramento. In our case, that was counterindicated. The person needed to be in this area with the support. So just trying to figure out ways to, and your staff did a great job with great flexibility trying to stretch the model, but there are some limitations that hopefully can be addressed within these improved facilities. On item 17, which is about the chief probation officer, I applaud it as an example of great collaboration between multiple agencies, courts, and the county and others. Have always enjoyed my visits with probation and think you have a really stellar group, and that this should hopefully improve the excellence that I've experienced with that department. On department item number 18, it doesn't state who the ad hoc committee was, and other ones did, so perhaps it would be helpful if you continue that practice. I have attended some of the commission meetings, and I'm very concerned that for budgetary reasons, as far as I can understand, there is an ask of the county to disassemble the current organ in the organ room. I come from San Diego, the Spreckles Organ Pavilion. You know, it's apples and oranges, but I really, really think you have such a potential asset, and it needs not to be disassembled. It needs to be figured out how to utilize it to bring people to the fairgrounds and, again, to enjoy the wonderful history that's represented by almost a one-of-the-kind pre-electric organ. I'd love to be able to go there and have an open-air celebration and, you know, experience that kind of beautiful, restful music. And then echoing prior comments, it's a little hard to comment on 19. I've tried to review it, but I would benefit from the clarifying questions of the board as well as the presentation. So I'm just saying I hope that this county tries to return itself to the average and norm in terms of setbacks so that the people's will in terms of the cannabis ordinance can be operationalized. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, then we'll go ahead and close public comment. We will move on to department matters. I'd like to recommend that we take item number 17 and then we'll go to item number 16. Is that okay with the board, CAO? Okay. Ms. Dawson, can we please move to item number 17?
Item number 17 comes from the Chief Administrative Office in coordination with the Chief Probation Officer Memorandum of Understanding Ad Hoc Committee, recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction of an ordinance to specify that the Chief Probation Officer shall be appointed by the Board of Supervisors, 2, waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to January 27th for final passage, 3, approve and authorize the chair to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Superior Court of California, establishing the appointment and employment structure for the County of El Dorado Chief Probation Officer. 4, approve and adopt the updated classification specification for Chief Probation Officer. And 5, disband the Chief Probation Officer MOU Ad Hoc Committee.
Welcome, Ms. Winters.
Hi, Allison Winter, Chief Administrative Office. Good morning, Board. So this item is the first reading of the change to the ordinance to make the Chief Probation Officer an appointed department head with by the Board of Supervisors. It also has the MOU that we will be signing with the courts on the appointment and performance evaluation of the Chief Probation Officer. And then the job specification that the county and the courts have determined would be the best job spec for the position with this new collaborative role. We've talked about it a few times, so other than that, if you have any questions on any of the items, let me know.
Great. I'll open this up to clarifying questions from the board, and I'll look to Mr. Ferrero as a member of the ad hoc committee. Did you want to make any comments at this time?
I have no questions.
Okay.
Comments?
Comments?
Comments. I support this. I was on the ad hoc, as you know, and previously there was shared responsibilities with the Superior Court and the county Board of Supervisors, and I think the accountability and I guess supervision and evaluations for the Chief Probation Officer should be all under one roof. So there's no confusion, and so I support this, and I'm happy that we are willing to take this up and appoint it as a departmental head under our purview.
Excellent. Well said. I look to my left. Are there any clarifying questions? Mr. Virk, oh no, Ms. Parlin.
Buttons, huh?
Buttons,
Okay,
you're up.
We're gonna try. No, I just wanted to say that I think this was a long time coming. Appreciate the work that the ad hoc did. It looks great, and I fully support this.
Thank you, Ms. Parlin. Mr. Veerkamp.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the work of the ad hoc, and I will move the item for approval.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, but Mr. Turnbull also wanted to make some comments.
Yeah, I think it's a long time coming, and I appreciate you guys and the hard work you put into it, especially the ad hoc committee, so thank you for that.
Excellent.
And I'll second it. Well, Greg already
Greg got
seconded
it.
it.
Yep.
A third.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second, and a third. Are there any further comments on the motion? Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
I
Ms. Dion.
just feel like it's important to note that, as the board members have mentioned, this is a long time coming. We've been working with the courts on this for a couple of years, and certainly with county council is a big help in this process as well. And the conversations with the courts over this last year have really been wonderful and very, very hopeful. And I think that the collaboration is going to be much improved going forward. And so looking forward to this, and just really want to appreciate the presiding judge and the court executive officer in this process.
Well said. Yes, thank you for adding that. Okay, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ms.
Motion passes
Winters.
5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. We'll go ahead and now move to item number 16. Ms. Dawson.
Item number 16 comes from Health and Human Services Agency in conjunction with the CAO's office, recommending the board, 1, receive and file a presentation from HHSA Director on the status and intended direction of the Behavioral Health Division's Support, Outreach, Accessibility, and Resilience Project. 2, find that the proposed bond project is categorically and statutorily exempt from California Environmental Quality Act. 3, direct the HHSA Director to execute the program funding agreement. 4, authorize the purchasing agent to sign agreement for services. And 5, authorize the HHSA Director, once the program funding agreement is fully executed, to assign all the bond program round 1 funding to the Chief Administrative Office for oversight and administration.
Thank you for that, and welcome to our behavioral health staff who have entered the room. And Mr. Deal, are you going to kick this off for us? Push the button back on. Red means go.
Red means go.
Red means go.
It's a
Interesting.
hot mic. It's red. Danger. Be ready.
I appreciate the guidance.
Yeah.
Good morning, Chair Lane, members of the board. I'm coming to you today to speak to you about the BHCIP grant. It's a bond grant put forward through Proposition 1 to enhance behavioral health infrastructure specifically across the state of California. We have a presentation which provides a brief background on it. The risks and benefits are at the end of it, and some overview of the project itself and what we're planning to do should the board direct us to move forward. It is a complicated and dynamic process. There have been ongoing negotiations associated with it. And so with the board's permission, here's the presentation. So we've termed this the SOAR project for Support, Outreach, Accessibility, and Resilience Center. We thought a pithy acronym would help us with our application, and it apparently did. We were one of the counties awarded in this. It bears noting that only 30% of the funding for this statewide went to county government. Most of it went to private real estate development and hospitals, clinics, and other private sector entities. So this was a very competitive field, and we, as you'll see in the timeline, moved quite quickly. Can I get the next slide? So the purpose of the SOAR project is to renovate the former juvenile detention facility. Currently, it houses Department 8, the Superior Court, and the Navigation Center. After renovations, the upper floor will become the psychiatric health facility. It will move from the current Spring Street location, expanding our capacity to treat the behavioral health clients with highest needs. So that's an acute setting. The lower floor will be developed into an integrated behavioral health outpatient center. And in addition to behavioral health, we will have other HHSA relevant programs, things like eligibility, veteran services, housing will be accessible through that single point. Currently, we were doing some mapping and using public transit. It is possible for someone to have to hit 6 different physical locations in order to access services. They will only need to go to one location in this new set. Next slide. So the timeline on this was very, very fast. In June of 2024, they announced it, and we identified the opportunity to address the need for the new PUF building and bring forward our operations to a more modernized approach for care. So in August, we assigned the grant application to the quality management team. So credit to Neil Tessier here. who was really kind of the muscle behind our application. October 15th, we met with architect firm Lionakis to study feasibility and develop a rough order of magnitude for renovation. So that was required for the application. Next slide. Whoa, one back. Thank you. November, we presented to the Behavioral Health Commission, as was mentioned in public comment. The commission provided support and several of them sent letters. December 7th, the Board of Supervisors directed us to apply for and utilize the grant funds to renovate the identified facility, and we submitted the application on December 13th. So it was a whirlwind application process. May 6th, we were awarded $24 million to complete the SOAR project. That award was conditional through an informational embargo, and we were not allowed to talk about it until the governor announced it, at which point it became public information. We have subsequently received the agreement. We got it last Thursday at noon. Council has not finished reviewing the final agreement, so it is not attached, but it is grossly similar to prior iterations we have seen. There are some elements of it that I will bring to the board's attention when we get to risks. Next slide. So should we engage in construction? This is a rough timeline and there's some dynamic change to it, but this is what we anticipated. May to January, which is where we are now, is securing a state funding agreement and permissions. And so this would essentially conclude that if we receive direction from the board to move forward, we will sign the agreement and that phase will be complete. April 26 to July 2026, we're looking at bit of design. Then the design team development of final documents, bit of the build, and construction of the building. This is a very rapid time frame. The requirement is that we complete all construction by June 30th, 2030, and that the program be operational. Next slide. So the funds must be used to construct, acquire, and rehabilitate the real estate assets to expand the continuum of behavioral health treatment resources. We may not repurpose this funding for any other purpose. It must be used for this construction project. The award is $24 million. So we originally had matching fund obligation of $5.5 million. When we did a more recent assessment of property value, there were some changes there. We have negotiated with the state and received agreement to reduce the matching amount to $3.6 million. $3.1 million approximately is an in-kind equity of building value. About $500,000 will be cash through the County Medical Services Program Health Infrastructure Development Matching Grant, which again, Neil helped us secure. And so that is the total matching funds from the county associated with it, the value of the property and the $500,000 in matching funds through CMSP grant. All construction must be completed by June 30th, 2030, or the entire award amount reverts. You'll hear me say that several times because I want to really highlight that is the risk associated with the biggest risk. Next slide. So there's some system capacity. So in order to qualify for this, you have to increase your system capacity. So these are the numbers that we have estimated around raw system capacity increase. So these are new clients in addition to our current service delivery amount. So you're talking about 50 new outpatient substance use disorder clients could be served annually through this on top of our current numbers. It's located on the transit route to reduce access barriers. It's a quarter mile from the anticipated future navigation center and county jail sites to enable client and released inmate access. So when folks leave the jail, this is proximate to it if they need an outpatient connection. It's 5 minutes by El Dorado Paratransit to the MAT Clinic Medication Assisted Treatment. And it will provide service linkage and engagement for discharged psychiatric health facility clients with co-occurring substance use disorders. Next slide. It will occupy essentially the same space, but we have to separately license and track the mental health services, because while we are a co-occurring behavioral health integrated service model, all these regulations are still separate. So this will increase our mental health capacity by 39 patients annually. It's co-located with workers from other divisions, which will allow enrollment in all of our programs to address comorbidities for affecting patient outcomes. So like I mentioned before, housing, veteran services, other resources that we provide the community. It will provide service linkage and engagement for discharge PUF clients. And next slide. So the psychiatric health facility itself, the entire top floor is this. It will be able to concurrently serve 16 patients. So as was mentioned during public comment, we have a capacity of 16 now. It is broadly speaking, double bed capacity. If you have a client who cannot have a roommate or a client who we don't have a good gender match for room occupancy, it locks out the other bed. So we end up below capacity fairly routinely. It's very difficult to get to 16 and get that perfect match. Now these will be individual rooms. So all 16 rooms can operate continuously. This single room occupancy will expand the functional occupancy of the facility, and the increase in facility side will improve the patient quality of life and treatment experience. We're going to a 10,991 square foot. It's got 200 shaded outside areas. It's a much more pleasant, secured facility than the current one, which is past end of life operationally. Next slide. So I'm not going to dwell on these because I am not an architect, but we were required to submit architectural details for this. And this was the result of so this is the upper floor, which constitutes the psychiatric health facility. So this is the secured facility, treatment facility, or it's acute hospital level. You can see that it's currently occupied by the navigation center. It would not be, obviously, in this scenario. Next slide. And the lower floor is the integrated outpatient services. And so you can see examples of the types of services, public guardian and others that would be, we're envisioning would be co-located there to provide that access and quality of care for people that are there. And as we are speaking to patient experience, I'm going to throw it over to Justine Collinsworth, our behavioral health director, to briefly speak on the impact on patient experience and the behavioral health services.
Thanks, Jim. Good morning, supervisors. A lot of what I was planning to say, I've already heard echoed by public comment, which just makes me feel great inside. So people see the value and why we're trying to access this money. And looking at the whys, why do we want to do this? What do we see as the vision for not only just behavioral health services, but really an integrated health and human services campus to access services? The first thing is a psychiatric health facility. When someone goes there, they're in crisis. This is one of the most vulnerable and tough times in their life. And we want them to be able to heal and have treatment with dignity and in a centralized location, close to home, close to family, close to services that they're already receiving, and they can walk downstairs and move into the next phase of their healing journey. So they'll be able to we're going to be able to keep our folks close to home. Another problem that this is going to help remedy is access to care. We hear time and time again about silos and services. I don't know who to call. Where do I access services? Where does this happen? We're going to be able to send people to one facility should we accept this funding. We're going to remove silos. We're going to remove doors. We're going to have all kinds of services there together. Accessing services is one part of it. Then moves into the actual treatment. And we're going to be able to provide continuity of care to our folks through access, linkage, and continuity between providers who are all co-located at this facility, both for behavioral health, for substance use treatment services, for HHSA services, Medi-Cal eligibility, self-sufficiency. We're going to partner with law enforcement, partner with our mild to moderate providers so that we have a centralized hub to provide this care to folks, and they're going to know where to go. Lastly, perhaps most important, is that this money could equal a long-term legacy investment of infrastructure for behavioral health services for El Dorado County. This building would outlive us, right? This would not just be for residents of today, but it will be for our children and our grandchildren to access services at a centralized hub right off the 50 corridor where they're going to know where to go, in a nice building, a beautiful building, right? That's going to let people heal with dignity and respect. So that's really what we see as some major benefits for our community.
Thanks, Justine. And so you've heard a lot about like the exciting opportunity this presents. Let's talk about the risks. Next slide. Okay, so there are two different avenues that we're asking for board direction, whether we accept or decline the funding. And so I've outlined what we've analyzed as risks to either option. For acceptance, the risk is the project must be complete and the facility open for operations on June 30th, 2030, or all the funding will revert. That includes funding already spent on the project. Additionally, at the beginning of the project, I'm not, there are terms that get applied to the property that remain without regard to whether the state terminates the agreement on their end, whether we fail to complete it, or any of that. For 30 years, it can only be used for the purpose in the grant. And so that goes into effect at the beginning of this on signing the agreement. So that is important to bring to the board's attention. I talked with council about that just yesterday. This is a compressed timeline for construction project of this scope. If unintended delays show up, the state is not on the hook for that, we are. The BHCIP grant management includes elements that are not within our control, right? The state approving the sites, licensure, the process approvals. It has taken quite a bit of time to get the grant agreement from the state. That is something that I would not be transparent about this if I didn't bring it forward. And so those are the reversion risk factors there. Things we would do to mitigate it. Central Service Facility has been working very hard to finalize changes to the title on the parcel, solicit bids from, talking about soliciting bids from firms. We're waiting for direction on some of these things so that we are positioned to break ground immediately. Program integration plans and site service delivery details are being developed in advance so that when we complete the construction, we're ready to go. Right? Those are the things that we can basically control on our end. So those are the broadly the risks of acceptance of the grant. We become responsible for the completion of the project within a compressed timeline, and we must do it. Otherwise, we're on the hook for $24 million. At halfway through the project, we have to certify that we will be able to complete the project with the remaining funds available. Otherwise, we're on the hook for the difference. So if it goes over $24 million, heaven forbid, that's the county's obligation. The state is on the hook only for that amount. So that's acceptance. I have 2 slides on if we decline it. Next slide. So if we reject these funds, there is a not insignificant risk that the Spring Street facility will be not usable at some point, not habitable. We could have a water line go or mold or other things that render it not usable. Sometime over the next decade, likely, I think is not unreasonable. Loss of that facility would limit our resources for that level of care. We still have those obligations, whether we operate a PUF or not. In the case of this grant being declined, we would start looking at contracting psychiatric care to other counties and geographic regions and prepare for the eventual failure of the current building to prevent interruption of care. Next slide. We have not identified alternative funding for replacing the existing facility, so that this is an opportunity to do that. Since we're talking about money, we generate revenue through Medi-Cal claiming in that facility that largely offsets costs at this point. Costs are increasing over time. I'm not guaranteeing that it will always offset costs, but it would result in the loss of $7.1 million in annual Medi-Cal and other revenue from the PUF, and it would increase our out-of-county hospitalization costs by $2.1 to $4.3 million per year. That is based on fiscal year 2025. Yeah. And so those are the real numbers of what it would cost us to not operate the PUF in terms of increased operational costs to meet the legal obligation for individuals who are danger to self, danger to others, or psychiatrically gravely disabled. So their psychiatric health condition rises to the level of risking life and safety. And that is the overview of the project risks and benefits. It concludes the presentation. Does the board have any questions?
Well, thank you for that presentation, and I'm sure that my colleagues are going to have lots of questions. So let's dig in. Let's start, please, with Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, some of the questions I want to ask, when the new navigation center, I know we got the expansion of the jail. How long is it going to take to build that new navigation center next to the jail? Do we have any timeline or whatever that would take?
We're bringing a presentation to the board on the 27th related to the navigation center. We do have timelines for that in that presentation. There are a set of cascading timelines. It is very tight.
Yeah, okay. Another question I have too is what happens to federal funding if it gets cut off? If we're in the middle of it and, there's a,
This is a state bond measure. It is not tied to federal funding. The federal funding associated with this project would be in operations, so Medi-Cal. And the obligation to, so you could see some changes in the numbers that I provided in terms of annual revenue, but as long as humans in California have Medi-Cal, we would be able to leverage Medi-Cal.
yeah, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Ms. Parlin.
Oh, right. So I'm going to go back a little bit in time just because there's been a lot going on here. And I feel that this is the almost the capstone of a vision that the board set in 2022. And for everybody that doesn't recall, because I know everybody wasn't following the board in 2022, but there was a lot going on. And so just a reminder that there's been talk about the PUF and its importance in the county for quite a long time. And it kept being brought up over and over and over. And then at that moment in 2022, we were talking about what to do with the NAV Center. All these things were coming. Capital projects were on the top of our minds. And so through some creative talking with our CAO at the time, I was the chair then, and my vice chair, we brought an item to the board, and we kind of laid out this vision for what do we do with all these needs? And we kept talking about them, but we weren't laying out anything. And so we did. I called it the Domino Project back then. It was really long, and we just talked through it. And it was about moving elections out of down where the court was because there was cost savings. And I'm doing this for Supervisor Ferrero, so I'm going to wait. He's having a side conversation.
Go on.
Okay. So at the time, we decided to move the court down to where elections was because there's a cost savings with the security gates that are already down there. I'm in Building C, move it where we put elections. Well, it turns out let's buy the Carlton building because then we could actually lease child support services to the state and get revenue. This was a big swappity-doo domino project. And I have to say kudos to staff. I don't think we do it often enough that you guys have followed this vision. I mean, facilities, you have been, yes, following this, I think maybe quietly, silently, following the vision, and we don't really recognize it often enough what a hurdle this has been. And so I just want to say I'm really appreciative. We've just about done almost all of these, which is amazing. We've hit some hiccups on the way, but we put this in place to set the county up for the future and serving our residents, and especially those in need. So my only concern is that this was the only funding we were able to find for this. it is risky.
Mhm.
And so I think in my mind, I really want to understand from staff, if you guys think this is doable. I'm kind of looking at some facilities folks over there, because there's a lot going on. But if you guys think we can pull this off, I think the county should go for it. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, and thank you for that historical review too. That is helpful. And I think there was a question in there, so I'm looking towards staff to guide us.
I think, was that for facilities?
I really think that they're going to have to really do the yeoman's,
I think it's a
lift on
combination
this
of
and
staff that happens to be
yeah.
sitting in the room.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Chuck Harrell, Facilities. In terms of the schedule on it and being done in June of 2030, I don't see that being a major issue. I'm thinking our design is probably going to take, a yearish, and probably a construction of maybe a year and a half-ish. So we should have schedule to spare to get that done in the time that's allotted. The only thing that always comes up on these kind of projects is state of California and what hurdles they might, throw at us along the way. We've done a few different state type funded projects, and there's always a few little unexpected things they throw our way. We're able to address those quickly internally at the county. I would think we'd be fine.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Harold. Okay, Mr. Veerkamp.
Yes, I think it's important to note from the homeless ad hoc as well. We've had these discussions. We know there's an item coming forward, but it looks positive. Yes, we know we're going to be up against a pretty limited timeline, but we think we can work through those things. So just thank you all for, again, I think following the vision of the board as well as staff. The big winner here is our community, our partners, and the possibility of serving our clients better. And it makes perfect sense, as well as helping upgrade a facility that is end of life. So very good. And I'm ready for a motion, but I think.
No, I just, thank you, Lori, for your historical perspective. You asked the same question I was going to. That was my question. Have you guys been, what's the coordination with planning and building facilities? This has to happen.
Yeah.
And the timeline's my only concern. But the value of a PUF is not all counties have them. And being on, the beat cop side where you're trying to find a facility for someone, and you really appreciate counties that have them versus counties that don't, that, are trying to take someone to an ER that doesn't want them. And so we are extremely fortunate to have a PUF, and let's do what we can to keep it. So thanks for the presentation. And but that timeline is very concerning, but I have confidence that you can do it.
And thank you for that perspective, Supervisor Ferrero. I've had experiences with some of our residents, even up in the basin, that have needed to have that specialized care and have had to go to Sacramento or further, and it really makes it difficult on the families. So this is quite an amazing gift if we're able to pull it off. And I have just a couple questions for you. So I just want to make sure I understood that the 30-year clock starts at the point where we sign the contract, not at the operational start at 2030. Am I correct?
I believe that is correct. The encumbrance of the property starts then, but I can't say that with certainty.
Okay. It's a minor detail, I mean, really, but if you said that for 30 years, this has to be how the building is utilized. And so whether the clock starts in 2025 or if it starts in 2030, it is kind of semantics, but I was just curious.
So the guidance I've received from council is that the regulatory agreement and declaration of restrictions is recorded at the start of the project and intended to apply even in the event of earlier termination of program funding agreement. This regulatory agreement and declaration imposes various obligations and restrictions, including restricted use of the property, and prohibits altering the use of any part of the property improved with program funds without prior state approval. In addition, a facility access agreement is signed prior to the release of the program funds, which also has a 30-year term. So its beginning and end is a 30-year term. So I think the clock likely resets at that point. So
Likely resets at the operation, when the operation begins?
Based on my reading of what that says.
I understand. Okay. So there's that question. The other question is perhaps for facilities, but we all know that it's 2025 and we're trying to have an operation up and running by 2030. And we try to predict costs as best we can. But it was said that this is a $24 million grant and any amount that we go over is on us. So is there a plan to set aside some revenue as a just in case, or what are we doing to protect the county in that regard?
Who wants to take this one?
I think I'll defer that to facilities.
Well, I think this is part of why we have our capital reserve set aside. I mean, it's exactly for projects like this. I mean, right now, our two projects that we have to get done would be this one and the jail expansion. You know, I believe we've already addressed the jail expansion. Hopefully, we won't need anything more on that project. So, you know, currently what we have set aside would be that safety net, assuming nothing else catastrophically
I think to
fails.
Supervisor Lane's question, though, is there a engineer's estimate yet on the construction costs? I mean, I think that's where you're going. So we know that we got a contingency in that 24 million that we should be okay, or contingency.
I think we're going to be okay, right? I mean, it's been a couple years since we had that estimate.
It's been a couple years, Chuck Harrell, facilities. It's been a couple years since we had the estimate. As we get through this process and they get going through the design process, they'll start out with doing some programming, some schematic design, and they've done a little bit of that already. So they've got a concept of what they're doing. Once we get to the design development a little bit, we'll probably get our first cost estimate back just to double check of where we're at with this thing. But it looks like we should be right in the wheelhouse of where we need to be on this, I think.
I think, yeah. And so if we are going to if we're going to have a safety net, what is that? What's the amount of that safety net? And then in conjunction with that question, at some point, we need to, if we're going to do this needs to be number one priority. And we probably need to let the sheriff's department know we've done all we can. There's not going to be any more funds for the jail expansion. We've got to move on this. Maybe, or is it something that we can support both?
Well, we have to finish both. I mean, we have obligations around the jail expansion program as well, timelines there.
Right, but
That's
the
also-
money's already set aside.
It
I'm
is.
just saying we need to maybe send a message that there's no more money beyond what has been projected.
Yes, I believe we're up to 14 million right now in our
Just
capital?
about 15 million in our capital designation. So that's the safety net she was referring to.
Yes, so that should be plenty.
Okay, and again, back to the jail expansion, because we've been working on this for a long time. It's been millions of dollars, a lot contributed by grant funding that we took advantage of, but it has sucked a lot from the facilities as well. So at what, of that amount, how much do you foresee that the jail expansion might need, or we don't foresee any?
I'm hoping we will not have to touch that at all for the jail expansion project. I believe
Okay.
we're on budget right now for what we have set aside already.
Okay.
We are on budget. We're not complete yet, so I'm not saying there aren't still some risks in there as we go through it, but currently we're not projecting anything.
Okay. And then my final question is, this is such an important opportunity for the county. And it's going to require everybody on board. And we've already seen how many different departments have been involved in just getting the grant. And kudos to all of you, in particular to you, who's, Mr. Deal said, carried the weight. So what other projects maybe are going to have to be pushed aside because we have to go all guns in on this project?
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously going to try and continue everything along the path, but an example would be potentially the South Lake Tahoe Emerald Bay properties. I mean, if we had to stop something, you know, and redirect resources, obviously this project would bump ahead of that project. There's still those deferred maintenance projects that we're going to have to keep doing because, again, we can't have, you know, catastrophic failures of HVAC systems, mechanical, you know, those have to keep going.
In full disclosure, we will probably come back to the board and ask for a couple of limited term positions specifically for this grant. One in our fiscal division, because there's going to be a very large reporting fiscal impact, and probably a limited term project manager to help with that facilities load. So, and just full disclosure, we probably are going to need a couple of resources. We're hoping that the grant funding will be able to pay for both of those. We would definitely look at, again, at limited term, not adding permanent positions.
Yeah, and I thank you for the honesty in that answer. I selfishly kind of asked it, knowing that that was low-hanging fruit. Are there other projects similar to the Barton or the Emerald Bay project that might get bumped as a result of this?
When it comes to like the Barton projects, we bought 4 buildings up there. Right now, we're doing some design work on 3 of the 4. And we're going to build out as many as we can of those 3 of the 4. When we come back to the board, the hope would be we get all 3 of them. But if not, we can delay, some of the least impactful pieces of that. So we're trying to get everything together as much as we can, design, get it together, and see what we can build for the money we have.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, that's really our only other large kind of standalone project. We have the design of the Tahoma Garage up in South Lake Tahoe that we are contracting out with a design firm. So that's not right now a large workload on facilities. But some of the other things we are pursuing, again, with that long-term vision, trying to get out of leased facilities, there are some opportunities on the horizon as well for potentially, some room there. So there could be definitely some other things that come on board.
More discussion points to come. Yeah.
Well, this is important. I think everyone recognizes that. Supervisor Parlin, did you want to
Well, I
follow
just
up?
wanted to, just a couple of things. I think that this item here shows how much, honestly, we take our facilities for granted, our buildings that we all work in. And so with so many pieces moving, it might be a good idea to bring just facility updates once in a blue moon, maybe. There will be, as Supervisor Veerkamp said, an update from the ad hoc committee on the homelessness. So that'll fill in some more pieces. And then my recollection is just for how I understand it is, the jail expansion is not an option. It's required by state legislation, and other counties aren't doing as well as we are. Let me tell you that. And there's going to be a day where they're going to start getting fines. So there's this weird numbers game that we're all playing. So and facilities just takes forever, but then here we are, we're going to do this one fast. So if there aren't any more board questions
There's
or
one
discussion.
more.
Oh, okay, very good.
Supervisor Turnbow, did you want to?
Say kudos. We were very, very proactive in 22. And I want to thank Lori, for kind of working on it because they were on part of that ad hoc committee at that time. And especially working with staff and stuff. So it was basically a stepping stone is what it was. And we're putting everything in place. And you got to understand that facility on Spring Street, that's the old county hospital. And I mean, we just can't keep patching that thing. We're spending more money trying to keep it up than not. So anyway.
That's been here longer than you have, I believe.
Uh-oh.
There you go.
We're back to the relative discussion.
But anyway,
It's all relative.
It's all relative.
help that, but anyway. So anyway, thank you for everything you're doing. I think this is going to be great. The timeline is just the biggest thing and
It's
my
tight,
concern.
yeah.
Yep.
So
Thank you, Supervisor. If there's no other clarifying questions, I'll ask Supervisor Parlin, would you like to put something
I
on the
would
table?
love to make the motion to approve this as recommended by staff.
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a
Just
motion
a
and a
comment.
second. Any further comments?
Every day is a great day in El Dorado County, but this one's a special great day.
Yeah.
And it's a long time coming, and we've got a lot of work to do, and we will hold feet to the fire to get it done.
Yeah, exactly.
Any other comments on the motion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We had some public comment earlier that said, whatever you do, don't lose Mr. Deal. And
Rock stars.
we heard that.
Too kind.
Congratulations and thank you for your leadership. This is an incredible opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have a 10 o'clock time certain, and that is item number 18. So we'll go ahead and move into that. Ms. Dawson.
Item 18 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, approve and authorize the chair to sign calendar year 2025 El Dorado County Fair Association budget. 2, receive a presentation on and file the following documents: an independent financial review of the association for calendar year 2024, a 5-year strategic plan for the period of 25 through 30 from the association's chief executive officer, and an estimated economic and fiscal impacts report. 3, disband the Fair Ad Hoc Committee. And 4, provide direction to staff and the Fair Association on the presentation, documents, and budget if necessary.
Welcome to our staff and thank you for being here.
Good morning, Grant Weber,
Good morning.
Chief Administrative Office, here with Emma Owens. So government code outlines how county fairs can operate in California, which includes the model that we use where we can contract with a nonprofit to manage the fair. We have the El Dorado County Fair Association. Government code also outlines that the Board of Supervisors needs to annually approve the Fair Association budget, which is the primary reason for today's item, as well as their strategic plan. So with that, I will hand it over to Kathy Duncack, the Fair Association CAO, or CEO.
Welcome.
Welcome, or thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Duncack, Fair CEO. And I have just a brief kind of report on 2025 fair and looking forward into 2026. I wanted to share our 2025 fair was again a very strong fair. It wasn't a record breaker. However, we did well. Our junior livestock auction sales were in excess of $1.1 million, which I believe is a record. We had nearly 40 steers entered in our fair. Our poultry was canceled last year due to the avian flu. We have what I'm sure most of you are aware of is the Heritage Foundation, which is a nonprofit that works independently of the fair, and they do a lot of fundraising for our fair, particularly lately the livestock program. Over the course of the last several years, the Heritage Foundation has raised in excess of $400,000, almost all of which has gone into our livestock program, replacing pens, etc. The Junior Livestock Auction Committee, again, is another separate nonprofit. They are responsible solely for holding the livestock auction. This in 2025, they put in a much needed swamp cooler over the show ring and over the auction ring. And they have a budget for painting some of the barns this year. In 2025, unfortunately, we made the difficult decision to cancel our our commercial wine competition. The costs were in excess of the revenue, and that was not even considering the amount of staff time, which was incredible. We are reviewing some new formats for possibly moving forward with the commercial wine comp. Meantime, our homemade wine competition is growing in leaps and bounds. Another relatively new thing with our fair is this 2025 fair was the third year that the El Dorado County Sheriff's Department has taken over security for our fair. The Placerville Police Department simply did not have enough staff to cover what needed to be covered. I can't say enough good things about what the Sheriff's Office has done for the fair, particularly Lieutenant Bloxham, Sergeant Freeze, and Sergeant Schlegg. They are instrumental in making sure that we have state agencies, parole, El Dorado County Probation is there, gang units are there. We have people from all over the state of California helping keep our fairgoers safe. And we have heard back from the community that families are staying longer, people are feeling a little bit safer. There are less fights at the beer tree, which always was a source of entertainment for myself personally back in the 80s. Sergeant Schlag and the Sheriff's Explorers are also responsible for preparing the amazing preview dinner that we have the night before fair. Other key partners, the Sheriff's Office Search and Rescue, who are there with us to help us find lost kids, lost people, minor injuries, whatever we need them for, they are always there. And that is a group of complete volunteers. We couldn't do the fair without them, as well as El Dorado Fire, El Dorado County Probation, the El Dorado Transit, all of our volunteers in the different departments, the support that this board gives our fair, and the community, of course, is essential to our success. You are probably aware that our fireworks event was canceled this 4th of July due to the large explosion in Esparto. We partner with Russell Motorsports Incorporated for this event. We split the cost of the fireworks, and we each have our own individual programs. We do have a contract to this year. However, costs are getting so high that it's going to be difficult for the two entities to continue to provide fireworks for the West Slope without some more community involvement, grant sponsors, whatever we can get. It's going to be tough. Right now, the current budget that you guys are reviewing does include costs increase for attendance to that event, which we hate to do to the community. However, like you know, everything's going up. With regards to our budget that is under question today, for the most part, things remain the same. We've increased our admission to the fair to $2 to $3, depending on which package you'd look at. Our fair time camping and our vendor space has increased. With that, we are also able to increase our staffing just a little bit. Currently, we have 3 full-time facility staff members, 2 3/4 time, and 2 seasonal part-time, except for the month of June. We hire about 130 people to help us during fair. Our admin is, right now, we're at 3 full-time. We are looking to add a 1 3/4 time staff person to help us working full-time during fair time. Current projects that we're working on right now, we are giving some much needed love to the concession, to the restrooms at the Speedway and the concession stands. It's been a while for that room to see things, to see improvements. We are doing some cosmetic upgrades throughout the fairgrounds. The ongoing, consistent, you guys were talking about aging infrastructure. We are always fixing broken pipes and sprinklers and replacing faucets and et cetera. That is really what I wanted to share with you guys today. If you have any questions about our strategic plan, a budget, I'd be happy to help.
Thank you for that presentation. I'll turn to my colleagues and we'll start with Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just wanted to, Kathy, thank you for everything you're doing, and one thing about it is I reach out to, Russell Motorsports and stuff and the things that they've done in the events, and Kyle Larson and Brad Sweet want to bring more events here to Classville Speedway. I think it'll be a great thing, especially like the Hangtown 100 it was a great turnout. I know it's kind of hard, especially when it rains, and I know it kind of impacts, especially those events, but if we can get more events, it's going to bring more people and more taxpayers to, tax dollars to our county. So it's going to benefit us all. So I think it's great, and they're looking forward to do more, is what they are. So
they've got a pretty full season pack.
Yeah, exactly.
The weather holds, will be good.
Yeah, exactly.
Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah. Okay, this is a really, I got a list of things, Kathy, just so you know. Appreciate everything that the Fair Association does, because, yeah, the fairgrounds as a facility, and an asset, everybody loves it, plus the fair, just, yeah. So I wanted to ask about, so in attachment C is the strategic plan, and on here, let's see. I probably should get new glasses. Somewhere on page 4, because that's what I wrote down, it talks about the organ. And I thought it said somewhere on here about, oh, here it is, number 20. I should have wrote that down. County will have a plan to remove the organ by October 2025. Estimate to add, da, 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 da. So but let me back up a real quick second. This is really more embarrassing. Who's on the fair ad hoc? Because I thought I was, and we didn't have an item to talk about this ever.
I was on it.
We're not really sure.
I believe it was you and Supervisor Veerkamp, but we didn't meet last year.
Right, and I wasn't sure who it was this year, so.
I didn't know who it was at
Did,
that particular time.
CAO, do you have that, or staff?
I believe it is Supervisors Parlin and Bearcamp.
It is, see, that's what I wasn't sure, but, so I was a little bit disappointed that we didn't have a briefing on this prior, so that's why I'm just gonna ask everything here, just so you know. But, because, and that's who we're disbanding this, with this item too, also. So with the organ, I know that that's always a contentious, hits the newspapers. There was some recent interest by a family. I've seen a lot of cool ideas, and then our county loves its historical. Is there a plan yet for that? Or is that in the works, or
Well,
are we
it's
pivoting?
what we have learned in the last 2 days is that the organ actually does belong to the Fair Association and not the county.
Okay.
We have gone all this time just assuming that it was a county property. We have learned in working with the CAO's office that it's not on their fixed asset list. It's not on our fixed asset list. I was sick last week, and so I had some free time. I started looking at old minutes, and in December of 1956, the Federated Church asked the Fair Association if they would like to pay between $2,500 and $5,000 to box up and move the organ to the fair. The Fair Association said, thanks, but no thanks. And then March, a private party, a couple boxed up, cataloged, and moved the organ to the fairgrounds. And then there's a motion later in 1960 where the Fair Association board agreed to store the organ in the back of the building. The key here is that the Fair Association was formed in 1952. So it does not belong to the county.
Which is fine. What I'm trying to understand is,
what we're doing with it?
Well, the historical significance in the community there's a huge public interest. And so, in my mind, I've often pointed to our historical society to say, guys, you say these things are important, you should engage.
They did come to a meeting, and what we did agree to do, which is in the process, is C. Taylor actually created a drawing. What we want to do with the building is use it so that we can create more revenue. Right now, there's no restroom in it. There's no kitchenette in it. There's plumbing right next door, but there's no plumbing actually in that building. So it's accessible. What we want to do, and this started the first time that I'm aware of in 2015, the Sacramento Bee got a hold of it, and we were working with Mary Corey, who was in charge of the museum at the time, trying to find a home for the organ, where people could see it. As you know, it's in the organ room, locked up, and people see it during fair, and that's it. That's it. It doesn't play. Yes, there's power to it. Yes, you can turn on the power and push a button, and it makes a noise, but it doesn't play. It's completely deteriorated inside. There's a lot of mice that live in there. So what we agreed to do, the board agreed to do, was to create a budget for adding the things that we want to add and incorporating the organ into the building so that we can still have it standing there so people can see it if they rent the building. I got initial bids back on that, and those are in excess of $250,000. The other option, and I had discussed this with Mary Corey when she was at the museum, was moving it to the museum. It's tall enough, the museum, but they would have to make some changes inside the museum. To me, the museum is the best place for that organ to be. At some point, there will be funds to open the museum on a, more regular basis so more people can actually see it. It's only one of two left, I believe, in the United States. So yeah, dismantling it, boxing it up, and sticking it in a corner would be an absolute shame, and I agree. But we are trying to do what is the most fiscally responsible thing that we can do for the Fair Association, keeping the historical thing in mind. But it's the only time people really get upset about it is when we talk about moving it.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I so appreciate hearing this update from you because, it wasn't reflected in the documents, obviously, because these are done long time ago and
Yeah.
there is a lot of recent. And then the one family reached out, let the county know that they had some interest and provide a little bit of funding. So
Historical Society, yeah.
and so the the actual organ company name family. So yeah. And so I think that the more that you can let the public know the plan and maybe you can get some big groundswell support for it would be amazing.
It'd be great.
Yeah.
But not everybody's going to be happy no matter
No,
what.
well, we're aware of those kind of situations. So,
Yes, I'm
but
sure.
but if it's something that makes sense and stuff, of course, the board would love to get it behind it, I'm sure.
I
So
appreciate the
thank you
support.
for that clarification about the ownership, because that's always been troubling also.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was one of the things on my list. I would like to find out how we could get some clarity on, and this might not be for you per se, it might be for CAO or county council, but that $500,000 that's sitting there for a parking lot, and it's for the association to buy land, is my understanding, not for the county, which I get that. But, I'm just trying to look long-term ahead. And I'm not saying this would happen. So I know people hear your words and they get upset. So please know that that's not what I'm saying. But if for some reason the association were no longer, doing the administrative work didn't have a contract with the county, I guess. Is there anything in the documents, if the Fair Association were to purchase the land, use it for parking for the fair, then the association and the contract goes away, how does that, then the county, because it is the county's asset, how do we negotiate that? Or should it be documented somewhere? And I see Emma's got her.
Yeah. I'm gonna let you answer.
So Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. So at this point, we've been talking about the property for more than a year now, and there hasn't been a lot of recent progress towards it. So what we kind of figured out more than a year ago is that no matter what, if the Fair Association purchases or wants to purchase a piece of property, we're going to need to amend our current agreement. Because our current agreement says that the county owns all of the land and lists out the parcels, but the Fair Association manages the land and like the cars and the fixed assets they have on the land that they could take away if they do stop running the Fair Association, the fairgrounds. So no matter what, we have to amend the agreement. There are some options in how we amend the agreement. Do we amend the agreement that we add the parcel that they purchase it, but it becomes county land? That's one option. A second option, which the Fair Association liked more, is that the Fair Association would own the land and it would be added as part of the fairgrounds, but it's still owned by the Fair Association. And so but that would be a negotiation we'd have to do with the Fair Association once we get more details on what the parcel is, what the costs are, and all of those details. So right now we're kind of in a limbo until we have more details on the purchase of the property, which is why we're kind of recommending we disband the ad hoc, because we haven't had current meetings because we're not moving on that. If, for say, Kathy calls up Grant and says, we're moving on this property, we would be immediately working on bringing back to the board an item to appoint an ad hoc for the fair.
Okay, I'm so glad you guys are forward thinking on that, because it will probably happen at some point and it'd actually be a good thing.
Has to
So I
happen.
just want to be, that we're prepared to figure out how to update agreements and stuff. So that's awesome. And then one last thing, it's on the financial review, and I think I ask this every year, so I'll be consistent. But there's somewhere in here in the financial documents, and I just don't understand it. And if I could just get an answer that makes sense, I'll stop asking it every year. It's on page 14 of 20, and it just shows the assets for the Fair Association is the land, the buildings, and equipment. And I just don't feel I ever got an understanding of why is that listed under the Fair Association's financial documents when everything else says that things belong to the county and that the agreement is that you run events on it. So I just don't get it.
This came up actually during a grand jury report, and we've discussed it a couple of times as well too. Most of the funds that were used to purchase the property came from the pari-mutuel horse racing. It came from the state of California
Right.
for the purpose of putting on a fair. So exactly how it went from that to county, I guess because the county was running the fair at the time. That's my understanding of why it's on our fixed asset ledger and not the, plus we maintain it. So we can't maintain a fixed asset if it's not our fixed asset.
Well, we do with the contract. So, I mean, that's what the contract is for. So that's why yeah.
Yeah, I can chime on. This one's a kind of a tricky one because the Fair Association has, so she just said that they're like cleaning, they're working on the restrooms at the
Speedway.
Speedway. Thank you. I was thinking race something at the Speedway. So they're making an investment in the capital asset, and on that they will show that that investment in their capital asset, it adds to the, fixed asset of the thing. It's kind of a weird middle ground for this because then they depreciate that asset over time. And so we can clarify in the agreement, and we've talked about this desire to clarify in the agreement, codify that, yes, they can maintain those fixed assets as they've made all those investments in those fixed assets over time on their financial agreements. But the agreement's very clear that those are county-owned properties.
Okay. Yeah. I think maybe cleaning that up a little bit would be good because it just seems odd to me that one document says they're county assets and then over here, the financial, and then they're depreciating. It's like, I don't know, those two things don't align. And I'm not saying there's an issue with it, but someday
No,
we're always trying to get clarity in our agreements and things so that we don't trip on ourselves someday. So
The whole thing that blows my mind is that we have to do depreciation and we're a nonprofit, so it doesn't
Right.
even matter.
The whole thing is just
It's just a
interesting.
pretend number as far as I'm
So,
concerned.
okay, good. So I'm not the only one that's got, why are we doing this? Okay, so other than that, no, thank you so much for everything. Really appreciate it. And anytime you have questions, you can ping the board.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Supervisor Parlin, and we'll go to Supervisor Veerkamp, please.
Yeah, thanks, Kathy, and thanks for the Fair Association for all their diligence and hard work. We have been talking with Bryce, Museum Director, about the whole organ process. And thank you, Kathy, for doing a little extra research on that item. And hopefully we can come to really good
Are you talking
resolve.
about the library director?
Well, the organ. The organ is
You
part of the
mentioned Bryce.
museum, but Bryce Lovell, with the.
Library.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Because the museum's under the library. It's
Okay,
like he's-
gotcha.
Right, so.
Library has a lot of stuff, actually.
Yeah, there is that communication going on. Obviously, the Historical Society is very concerned about it, and they're engaged. So we're working through that with the board and appreciate that. I'm at the fairgrounds probably more than I'm not for various things, and the spirit of cooperation, the collaboration, and the movement forward is positive, and again, really appreciate that. And that's how we make a community event center work well. So appreciate all that. Em and I have already talked about what you were just talking about on the fixed asset side of stuff, and just trying to make sure we've got that as detailed as possible in the agreement. Because again, maybe someday, obviously, we won't be here, and something may need to be dissolved, and that's the issue we still have going on in the Armory and the state of California. So more to come there, but overall, just thank you very much, and we're looking forward to that continued shared agreement, as well as hats off to Russell Motorsports for the events and the improvements that have been made in collaboration with the Fair Board and Association. And it never hurts to have your deputy sheriff who's in charge of stuff at the SO on your Fair Board as well. So
He's lieutenant, but yeah.
yeah, well,
But
anyway.
he was all in before he was even on our board. so
Absolutely, and then that's just that valid member of the community that
Yeah.
he cares. So
Very much.
great work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Ferrero.
Yeah, just one quick question. Thank you for the presentation. I thought I saw it in the budget, but you contract with the Sheriff's Department for security?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, that's all.
Yeah, well, the last several years, we've also hired private security,
Okay.
which we pay for that, plus we pay for the sheriff. I think we're going to decrease the private security and increase
Move
the
towards the
sheriff.
sheriff.
They,
All right.
they do a much better job.
That's all I had. Thanks.
All right, if I see no further questions, I'll bring this back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I would move the item for approval, which includes disbanding the fair ad hoc at this time, and when we're ready to serve, or any of us have, if need be, soon.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you
Kathy.
guys for your
Thank you.
continued support.
Thanks,
I really
Emma.
appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, it is 10:42. I would like to just take a quick 5-minute break, if that's okay, and then we'll come back for our cannabis item number 19. 47, please.
So everyone's mic is live.
Okay, welcome back from that break, and we are moving along nicely. We'll go to item number 19, which is planning and building. Ms. Dawson, would you like to read this item into the record?
Item 19 comes from Planning and Building Department, Commercial Cannabis Division, recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution of intention to amend Title 130 of the county zoning ordinance, specifically for amendments to Chapter 130.41, commercial cannabis related to setback reduction allowances, and 2, provide direction to which setback reduction allowances are to be removed, amended, or should stay in effect.
Okay, and I would like to welcome Planning and Building, and in particular, welcome Mr. Mount, who's going to kick this off.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. Chairwoman and fellow supervisors. Aaron Mount with Planning Services. We are here today at the request of the board to review a resolution of intention to potentially amend Chapter 13041 of the zoning ordinance, which is the commercial cannabis policies. The commercial cannabis program was initiated in 2019 after the voters of the county approved measures that included the policies in effect at this time. Since adoption, there have been a few minor amendments of the policies approved by the board, mainly about background checks and adding additional use of a lab. We want to acknowledge the comments submitted by Lee Tannenbaum. The premise versus parcel idea has been previously discussed at the Planning Commission and the board, and staff at this time has not received instructions to evaluate it any further. With that, we'll go to the slides and just do a quick overview of the policies. If you can go to the next. So the Chapter 13041 of the zoning ordinance, as I stated, is a commercial cannabis program. It's comprised of 3 main sections. You have the commercial cannabis activities and permitting enforcement, which is just the basics of how the commercial cannabis use permit is processed and regulatory authority. 13041-200 is specifically outdoor and mixed site cultivation. And then the remaining uses are 13041-300, which include retail sale, distribution, indoor cultivation, laboratory testing, and manufacturing. And so the assumption of the 2 groups of uses is that outdoor mixed light is in the rural regions, and the remainder of the retail sale are in the community regions and rural centers, being that they are more intensive use of resources and need more resources to respond to them. So the policy at question is this specific policy, 13041-100.4. So basically, a commercial cannabis use permit may not be granted unless the applicant demonstrates compliance with all standards in the county code and state law. So there was a provision added, voter approved, board adopted, that any setback for a commercial cannabis activity may be reduced so long as the applicant demonstrates that the actual setback will substantially achieve the purpose of the required setback and the parcel was owned or leased by the applicant before voter approval of the ordinance on November 6, 2018. Our job is to implement and interpret that policy. So when the commercial cannabis program was first put into place, I ensured that we quantified those setback reductions, that it wasn't arbitrary, that we received studies. You know, the best example is noise and odor. You know, we weren't just going to have a presentation to the Planning Commission or board saying, you know, trust us, it's okay. We're going to require quantified studies that show the actual levels at the distance that is being requested. So these are the development standards that are required. So outdoor, the memo has a good chart that kind of breaks this down and how the development standards are applied to the different uses. But basically, for outdoor cultivation, which again is in the rural regions, there's a requirement of 1,500 feet from any school, school bus stop, place of worship, park, playground, youth-oriented facility, preschool, public library, licensed drug or alcohol recovery facility, or licensed sober living facility. just for full disclosure, the final use, the licensed sober living facility, the state does not give us those locations. So that's something to be aware of. And as shown further in the policies, the distance are measured from the nearest point of the property line and the definition of premise in the cannabis policies is that it is the parcel. So it's the exterior property line to the adjacent property that contains those uses. This is the development standards that requires a fairly large parcel. So the outdoor mixed site cultivation is required to have a minimum 800-foot internal setback from property line or public right-of-way, and then at least 300 feet from any riparian vegetation. Commercial cannabis activity authorized shall be, so then that just goes into the 1,500 feet. So that's the retail stores, retail delivery, laboratory manufacturing, or cultivation requires the 1,500-foot setback as detailed before. And there is exceptions in Myers because of the density of the uses there that would exclude the entirety of the Myers Community Center. Next slide, please. So general requirements, commercial cannabis activity authorized under this section. This again is those uses within the community regions, rural centers. They cannot be established where a dwelling unit is used. That is for the retail laboratory, not the cultivation. Cultivation does allow a residential unit. And again, it's measured from the nearest point of the property line. And Myers has the exclusion because of that, again, because of the density of uses, it would exclude the entirety of the plan. So just kind of a brief breakdown. So we've had 25 commercial cannabis use permit applications, 9 for storefront, 8 approved. 8 of those 7 requested setback relief. 1 is still processing. We had no appeals to date on those. 1 delivery distribution, which is in the El Dorado Hills Business Park. The El Dorado Hills Business Park is another area because of the density of schools and recreation centers. You know, it basically excludes the whole area if the development standards were in full effect. And then we get to the outdoor mixed-use cultivation. So we've had 5 approved, 3 of the 5 requested setback relief, 2 were denied. They both requested setback relief, 2 were on hold, 4 are still processing, 1 was withdrawn, and then out of those, we had 8 appeals of the PC decision, 2 projects having 2 appeals processed concurrently. So with that, the main guidance we're looking for is the policy that allows a reduction in development standards applies to the entirety of the chapter. And I know that specific policy is the issue and the reason we are reviewing this resolution of intention. So we really need guidance on if you want to change the policies. Do you want it to the whole chapter or do you want it to specific uses? So with that, the BOS recommendation is adopt and authorize the chair to sign resolution of intention to amend chapter 13041, commercial cannabis related to setback reduction allowances, and provide direction to which setback reduction allowances are to be removed, amended, or should stay in effect. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I know that there's going to be a lot of questions. So Supervisor Parlin, will you kick it off for us?
Man, nobody else pushed their button first. Honestly, can you bring the slides back up? Kim, do you mind? Or was Rob doing it? Yeah. Rob. Slide 3.
Was there a particular slide? that you
Slide
wanted-
3, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
3, thanks.
Yeah, sorry. So, in my mind, this keeps coming up every time there's an appeal. Has there been a cannabis project not appealed to the Board of Supervisors ever? How many?
Yes. If you can go back to that one.
That just was approved at the
Maybe
Planning
two?
Commission and not
Yeah,
channeled,
maybe two.
challenged?
And you're speaking specifically to the outdoor cultivation?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna really hyper focus on
Focus on that. Okay.
cultivation
Okay,
for the
thank you, thank
moment, and then we can talk about the other stuff.
Yeah, so 3 of the 5 approved. So 2 approved projects did not request setback.
And is that because did they need it to
They
go
met all the
in?
standards, correct?
Because of the parcel size, they could meet that in 800-foot setback and
So they did not need the exemption. Right? They did not need the
yes.
variance because
Yes.
okay, so
Lee Tannenbaum's, for example, a large
right.
enough parcel, isolated enough that it didn't have bus stops next to it.
Okay, so 2 of the 5 so far. Okay, that's good to know. And I think that, what I've heard over the years once we got the actual implementation of the ordinances, because I know that took a while, from when the voters approved it in 2018 versus when we were really processing these and getting going. It takes time. I get that. Any new program takes time. But then when the residents started chiming in on the projects, the ones that were contentious, the public really didn't support this reduction in setbacks and I've always said, or I usually say, better not say always, I usually, tend to say that when we have gray areas in ordinances and regulations, that's where we have our most angst. And so that's why I really think that taking out that second bullet, which is in the 130.41.004, it's in letter C specifically, just striking that out, at least for cultivation, because those are the ones that we've been hearing at the board from the residents pretty loud and clear. They don't mind the cultivations being approved if they meet the setbacks. We've heard that over and over and over. And then, so help me then, that's just how I feel about cultivation, but tell me about the others, like the storefronts. Isn't there a cap on how many storefronts we can have anyway?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, we have, as detailed in presentation, we have one processing. So yeah, we are capped out on retail permits, retail storefront.
Storefront.
Right.
So, is it kind of a moot point then that we've hit the cap? I mean, one could go away and then somebody else wants to come in. Do we want to just get rid of the setback variance for them too, so we don't have to talk about it
Well,
anymore?
for example, I mean, full disclosure, there's a location near the South Lake Tahoe Airport that has not fully opened their storefront. I mean, they're in the process, and then there's another one that is processing that, that could theoretically withdraw at any time. So, we could have 2 potential openings in the future that are not
Okay.
fully established.
And so, and the reduction in setback is, see, I haven't really paid that much attention to those ones because they were kind of in a weird way when the ordinances were adopted by the voters. And
Yeah,
then
it happened quickly with the
they
retail.
happened pretty quick. And because my recollection was they were kind of grandfathered in. It was, the ordinances were written in such a way that the existing dispensaries, storefronts were kind of like given, so have not paid a lot of attention to that
5
one.
of the 8 were the existing non-conforming.
So then, I guess I'm trying to, understand if the setbacks for those would be contentious if we decided to allow those to be reduced. I don't have a good feel for that. The dispensaries in my mind haven't been too much. Well, we got one problem. What am I saying? There is one problematic dispensary. I don't know if it's still operating, but I do know there's one at least. The others seem to be pretty low key. They do seem to be clustered in the 95682 zip code. Maybe we want to spread them out a little bit. So I don't know. I'm not as clear on my thinking about the storefronts, just so you know. So, and then what's the other things other category?
Yeah, the other uses that are within the community regions, which are the delivery, laboratory, manufacturing, indoor cultivation. We had interest in the beginning about a laboratory. I mean, that would be a great income generator, you know, to
Right.
bring a professional lab, which requires a PhD to be involved. And so those are the other uses that would be within, like I said, the community regions, rural centers.
Okay, so I'm really tempted just to focus on taking out this exemption for cultivation at this time, but I'd love to hear what my fellow board members are thinking.
Thank you, Parlin.
Okay, are there other questions at this time? Supervisor Veerkamp?
Oop, hot mic.
I agree for sure on the outdoor cultivation. And I think it's clear enough, even on the other allowances, that the exceptions,
Yeah.
I'm not there. If we have something that is truly going to be a benefit to this county, it can come to us in an appeal and we'll deal with it. But I am not there at all. I think there's more risk of problems and so forth brought by this. And I am not willing to deviate from that at this time.
So are you suggesting then just take the exemption out altogether? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor Turnbow?
Yeah, one of the biggest, can you hear me? I know my mic was messed up and people couldn't hear it, so is it going through? All right, okay. So one of the biggest things is most of these cultivations, outside cultivations, are in my district. And there's been a lot of complaints by the residents who live in this particular areas, especially around these places. Biggest thing is water. One of the biggest issues they had, especially they're worried, but a lot of people are on wells and they're worried about the pesticides and everything that comes off of these large grows, especially getting in the groundwater. So that's a big issue with those. One of the issues was sound. There was one facility they had to put these fans. Well, these residents around there had to hear these fans 24 hours a day. And they were really concerned about that too. So there's a lot of issues that I'll be honest with you. I don't like any of it, period, especially when it comes to public safety, especially with that grow that was there, the legal grow that was in Nevada County, which they got robbed up there. And then those people ended up getting tied up and stuff. So there's issues that I just don't like about any of this, especially when it comes to, you know, it's our law enforcement, especially they have to monitor a lot of these things. It takes away from their jobs, especially other things that they have to do. But anyway, I just got a lot of concerns, especially when most of these grows are in my district and the residents in there, they don't want them. They don't want them next to them, especially when it impacts that, especially next to these bus stops. And I think we need to really look into that, especially on the bus stops, because I've got numerous complaints when they're going in too close. So I think that's just my 2 cents worth. So anyway,
are you thinking of removing the exemption altogether or just for cultivation?
No, I think
Altogether?
altogether.
I just check in.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Supervisor Ferrero, please.
Were the setbacks themselves voter approved?
Yes, the voter measures included all the policy wording.
Okay, so if we made an exception to those setbacks, which has been requested previously, we would be going against the voters' wishes. Is that what you're?
I'll chime in. I'll chime in briefly, and the answer is not necessarily. So the ordinance as approved by the voters did include specified setbacks. It also included a provision by which the board could waive those setbacks. And that's the provision that it's at issue today. And then specifically to that, again, the ordinance as approved by the voters includes the following language. While the ordinance from which this section is derived was originally enacted by voters, the Board of Supervisors retains discretion to amend the ordinance in any way, including but not limited to all procedures provided herein, permit requirements, and penalties without further voter approval. So that's why the answer to your question is yes, these provisions were in fact in the measure, but the measure contemplated subsequent amendment by the board.
Okay, so the voter approved also took into account possible exemptions on a
correct
case-by-case basis. Okay.
And there have been minor amendments made
Yeah.
post,
Yeah.
voter approval.
All right, I'm conflicted. Because I want to abide by what the voters wanted. Personally, I'm not really going to be apt to make exceptions. But I don't know, I'm having difficulty kind of waving a wand and saying we're not going to even provide the opportunity for exceptions. Like I said, personally, I'm probably not going to side with the exceptions, but yeah, I'm a little conflicted on this.
You like the flexibility?
Yeah, a little bit, especially if the, voters approve that, so.
Yeah, good point. Madam CAO?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest to help the board with their discussion and deliberations, if staff wanted to bring up the table in your staff report, that goes through each use. And so, you might have questions for staff on their opinion on whether or not there should be exemptions for each use. I know it was mentioned the El Dorado Hills Business Park. And, if you wanted to look at laboratories, you might end up with a conflict there. And so you might want to consider each use separately.
Okay. And I kind of am coming from your viewpoint, Supervisor Ferrero, and one of my questions is the voters who voted positively to legalize marijuana in El Dorado County did so at like a 65%, if I recall properly.
Yeah, I believe that was the minimum, yeah.
My perception, just on the small amount of time that I've been on the board, is that, I thought way too much information was given to the voters in the beginning to have to vote on all this. Setbacks, is it a parcel or is it the actual grow? There were a lot of questions asked, and I know that there's a lot of residents out there that take their vote very seriously and they make sure they're very informed on the item. But I also think there's an equal amount of people that, read the summary and go, okay. But 65% is a very healthy, robust, affirmative vote. And I feel personally like the county is really making it difficult for anybody to really meet the qualifications. And certainly when they're upon appeal for reductions, this board and other boards have consistently said no. So I'm conflicted because I really disagree with the but I know that this is how it was enacted, but that the parcels are so large in El Dorado County, particularly down here on the West Slope. They can be, dozens of acres, and yet only 2 or 4 acres in the middle of the property might be where there's some kind of grow. And they've met all the other requirements, but this setback from, the 1,500-foot setback from, for example, bus stops, has really been problematic because it's from the parcel line and not the actual grow. So my concern is that we're really not sitting down and looking at how do we implement what the voters wanted, and how do we stop being an obstacle to that? And on the other hand, making sure that, the health and safety and well-being of our community is there. Banks get robbed all the time. We still have banks. Jewelry stores get robbed. We still have jewelry stores. I mean, it doesn't on its own attract a different level of attention monetarily than other things in our society as well. So I just wish that we could maybe step back and have a large conversation with, the voters on what they want to see, because I feel that we are a very difficult path to the 65% voter approval that said they wanted this. So I just throw that out there, and I'd like to hear from Supervisor Parlin.
So I'm going to say this, and I know I'll offend somebody, but I'm going to say it anyway, because I think the problem with what I've noticed, the voters, it was a county-wide vote. So people that would never be impacted by this situation were voting on it. And I think that sometimes we have to be really cognizant of that. You know, my district is going to be impacted. I know my residents are very concerned about having grows next door. They appreciate the setback. So sometimes I think we do need to listen to the folks that show up, the public that shows up and has concerns, because just because we think it's a good idea to have a grow in El Dorado County, we're talking about having a grow next door to somebody's home. So I just want to take a step back and really think about that. You know, this is hard. These are countywide issues. That's why there's, you know, 5 of us representing the different areas. But sometimes I think that we really need to look at the people that are being impacted by a decision. And that's going to mostly be in districts 2, 3, and 4, I'm pretty darn sure. So at least for the cultivation. Maybe the dispensaries, not so much. And so I do want to be really mindful of that. That's the public that keeps showing up. I know I talk to my residents often before we had the ordinances and the program. I wasn't even on the board then, but I was coming to meetings for, well, the general plan update, and heard these poor families showing up and talking about the smell, the noise, you know, all of it. And so I just saw the impacts on them, and we're talking about their home, their life. So just want to throw that out there. The impact of having to grow next door. If you can't get away from the smell, what are you going to do? And I will say, and maybe county council can help me out with this, because this is where I've always, not always, I'm usually very concerned about CUPs, generally speaking, because once you grant somebody a right, it is really difficult to dial it back, isn't it? If, let's say, we think we've got this study on a piece of paper that says these fans and these misting things are gonna, you know, counter the smell and stuff, but there's another impact. And so you don't know the impact until somebody gets in there and starts operating a business. I have lived that, just so y'all know. How do you take away a CUP after the county has already granted it?
So generally speaking, you're correct. The CUP would run with the land, and so it is challenging because you really do need to be able to anticipate those impacts and build it into the conditions. I might defer to your planning staff on this one, but these cannabis permits are slightly different insofar as, in addition to the CUP, there is an annual operating license that they're required to obtain, and so the county is not without ability as the project progresses to regulate. But again, I'd like to defer to your planning staff.
And I'm just going to throw it out there before you guys start. So that then puts the burden on the neighbors to come and file complaints, publicly come here. Trust me, I've done this before. It is very uncomfortable to have to show up and complain about your neighbors publicly. And then it gets really ugly. So I'm trying to prevent that, just to be honest. You know, I don't think we should try things out and see if it works. The setbacks are there for a reason. I think they give clarity to everyone, and we shouldn't have variances on things like that. So sorry about that. I'm pretty passionate on this particular topic. You guys know that. You know my history. So carry on. Aaron and I actually have been dealing with stuff for a long time now that I think about it. Sorry about that, Aaron.
Yes, many years. Yes, David brought up the operating permit. When we put this program together, we realized, especially with cultivation, there might be issues once the use is initiated. We wanted to react quickly. We all know code enforcement as a process that, you know, sometimes can take time. So through this annual operating permit, we are able to react very quickly and are able to, if they're egregiously violating the policy, shut down that operation immediately, as opposed to having go through, you know, administrative process. So, you know, that is available.
You just said egregiously, and that's my concern. Yeah, some egregious, I would certainly hope we would.
Yeah.
But if there's noise from fans, which I can tell you, I'm living that today, is annoying as all get go. I will
Well, just because
testify
it's
that.
consistent with noise policy doesn't mean you can't hear it. Yeah.
So, I know. And that's the thing. There's these thresholds, you guys, that have to be met. The smell, there's the smellometer 10,000 or whatever that thing is. And
Nasal ranger.
The nasal ranger, and the threshold is 7. Well, what if it's at 6.9 or what, on windy days, trust me, on odors, the wind and the weather matter. So these are things that I think that on a piece of paper in a study, we can study all day. We had that expert when we were talking about hemp. Oh my God, I was so tired about talking about odor and stuff. But I think until you get it on the ground and it's in reality with the topography and all that, that's when you know what's going on. And that's too late. And then you put the burden on the neighbors. And I just don't think government should be doing that. I just don't. So, cultivation, let's get rid of it. I'm not so sure about the storefronts and stuff, and I really would like to hear everybody's thoughts on that for sure.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, one of the biggest issues with a lot of the residents out there, besides that, is the issues that they've had in complaints, and there's been numerous complaints. They showed up here many, many times complaining about these grows and these large grows going in. The thing is, other counties had the same problem. And then they ended up changing their ordinance and reduced it down to 12 or 6 plants is what it is, and that's all they could have. Amador County and Calaveras County had a big issue. I mean, even the Board of Supervisors even got recalled over that issue. And so there's been numerous times, Napa County, all these different counties have gone through a lot, and there's been a lot of issues. And it brings it brings crime. I don't care what other people think. They think it's good. It's that, but it does bring crime. And public safety is one of the biggest issues that I have, because I support our law enforcement, and especially when it comes to public safety, especially with these grows. You're talking about the runoff and the water getting in these people's wells, because that's all there is. There's no EID out there in my district. It's all on wells. It's a big concern to me is what it is. And I got to ask you another question. So the state water agency got involved in some of these grows. And I got to ask you a question. When you file for these permits to get it, as a state, do they have to do the state first and then come to the county? Or is it the county versus the state? Because I've heard the state says they need to file first before the county does. Is that correct or not correct?
All of the above is correct. I mean, there is the commercial cannabis use permit, which we have regulatory authority over. Then there is state licensing, which
Right.
happens once they're ready to initiate the use. Sometime within those decision-making points, they do have to apply to the Water Board and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to review the water resources. Most of that has to do with the black market in the past, damming streams and using, water sources other than public and wells.
Well, like one particular grow, but we ain't going to go there at this time. But what I wonder about, do they have to have the state water license before they can, the county here, can issue a permit to them? Because what I've heard, which I've talked to the state water agency, there was a few of them that didn't even apply for the state. That has to go through the water agency, and they didn't have that permit.
Yeah. That's because they were waiting until they received their licensing. So so we have the commercial cannabis use permit, goes to the planning commission, appeal to the board potentially. Then we have the state licensing and the operating permit. The El Dorado County operating permit ensures that the state licensing is approved. Part of the state licensing is the requirement for the CDFW and water board permits.
Okay.
So in the end, before the use is initiated, the state and local authority, El Dorado County, have confirmed those permits.
All right. Okay.
All right, Supervisor Ferrero.
Now, the impacts on cultivation, they're real, regardless of the, filtering. And I know that I have a friend of mine who actually got out of the cultivation business in Nevada. And, we were talking about this and he goes, yeah, just, there's no way you're getting rid of the smell. and there are legitimate impacts. I don't think it's fair to put the burden on the neighbors. And I also don't think it's fair to the applicant to, if we approve something a year later during their annual operating permit review, based on complaints that we pull their permit. I mean, they've spent probably hundreds of thousands, maybe millions on their project. Yeah, I'm really torn on this, but I also realize that, we do have the opportunity during the appeals to refuse their request for the exemptions. So anyway, those are my thoughts. Maybe we go,
Yeah.
I don't know who mentioned it, but look at each different use individually and.
Okay, we're going to, Mr. Peters has a comment, and then we're going to go to Mr. Veerkamp.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say I'm happy to share that table. I have it ready to go, should you guys want to go through
Yeah,
that.
could you, maybe that'll help us a little bit
Then I wanted to
too.
just sort of speak to staff's, our abilities to have a program that's been heavily monitored as identified in the presentation. 3 outdoor cultivations have been approved. There is not a lot of data that we have on so let's say an above board cannabis program, because most of our experiences are the illegal grows that came in before those regulations were. So we don't have a huge amount of data. Of those 3, we do believe 1 or 2 are actually producing cannabis, but we don't have a huge spectrum of data to bring to you to say, hey, this is happening here and there, and because it's sort of the infancy of these being approved and actually going out to start growing cannabis. So to that degree, we sort of focused our efforts on this setback reduction piece, and we know there's a lot of nuance in the cannabis program as a whole. But if there's other things you wanted us to look at in a move forward, we would look for that direction as well. And I'm
Okay.
happy to share that now if you'd like.
That'd be great. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and cue that up? Mr. Veerkamp?
That's right. If you want to share it, let's take a look at it.
Yeah, and one of the other ones that is sort of before we go through them for the outdoor mixed light, I don't want to forget about the wetland setback. So that probably isn't as impactful to neighbors, but is of concern for folks. We have wetland setbacks within our zoning ordinance of 50 feet, and for rivers 100, but you can see there's an extensive setback, I think, with concerns related to pesticide use and other things like that. Most of the time, these are organic type farms, and so that is maybe a perception thing, but I can tell you our agricultural communities, I don't believe, have as extensive of a setback as an example. So that is another one. We're talking a lot about, the distances to setbacks and school buses, but wetlands is also only applicable to those. And I just wanted to make sure that we don't lose track of that one. And so maybe starting from the top, you'll see the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are all in, as Aaron explained, that community region, rural center, more industrial, commercial approach. And then the very last row is the outdoor mixed light cultivation. It has its own section. The other are all put together in the same. So that's why you see the X's in the certain setbacks, being consistent with all of those, and then them being different in that final row.
All right, so I'm looking to my colleagues here. Do you want to try to take them one at a time? Does somebody think that there's a
I just want
better way to go?
say one more thing.
Mr.
I
Turnbull?
just want to add also, when it comes to leasing people's property, especially if an owner and then somebody wants to do a cultivation and they come to that particular person, they want to lease that property. We don't know who these people are. We have no idea who they are. I mean, they have to go through all the different process and stuff like that, the background check and all that. But I think that's something I would like to see done. You have to own the property. You cannot come in and try to lease somebody else's property.
Well, the item before us is not that
I know
right
that,
now,
but
so-
they're going to look at things, and I wanted, they said they were going to look at some other things.
But we're not opening up the whole
I know that.
cannabis
I just know that.
ordinance.
I
We're-
just want to bring it back so they can look into it, and eventually
Which
we
is
can
fine, but
address
it's
it.
off track of what
That's
we're
it.
talking about. So what we're talking about are specifically the setbacks. Do you want to take them kind of one at a time? Or do you want to take a different approach and try a one motion? I'm open to either.
And just one clarification, the policy language that allows the setback reduction, I think does speak to both ownership and leasing. So just to be
It
clear,
does,
that is, that section of code, I think does identify both.
Yep. Chair Lane, if I may, just trying to put myself back into the 2018 and when the voters had this in mind, pretty limited access to products. Now there's dispensaries, heck, you can get it almost anywhere legally or illegally still, which is a burden to our law enforcement. I just think these setbacks were established for a reason. We have a very rural county in most of it, and I think they should stand. Again, if somebody wants to appeal it, that's fine, and I understand we've denied most of those appeals, but for reasons. When we talked about the one that had the bus stop situations, California Highway Patrol and the school districts could move the bus stop because they select them based on the safe spot for that to be. So there's other reasons, and for me, it's not all about that. I don't see this as a major benefit to the county of El Dorado. And I don't want to say that I need money to make things always work, but most of my constituents, and they go out to District 2 area as well, have been the ones here complaining about, and I certainly get their complaints. And we're the ones that have to deal with this. And I don't hear, other than from folks that want to grow and manufacture and do these things, any complaining that there's not enough. So I would move that we keep the current setbacks as they stand today, and we don't need an ROI to change that.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'm going to second it for discussion to make sure I understand it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Discussion, please, Supervisor
Counsel.
Parlin.
Also wanted to maybe seek some clarity. Again, the ROI that's presented to you today would remove the provision that allows for waivers of the setback. So I think if I understand your intent, Supervisor Veerkamp, you would want to move the resolution of intent to, again, remove the language that currently allows for waivers of the setback requirements. And I further understand, I think you would contemplate that would encompass all cannabis uses, not simply mixed light not simply cultivation, but also the other uses. I do want to clarify, just for the board and the public, this is not the final decision today. The board's action today is simply to initiate the process with planning. There will be further hearings and studies done. It's of course, staff wanted some direction as to the extent of the waiver provision that would be affected. But I do want to clarify that there will still be subsequent hearings. This will go through the Planning Commission, come back to the board for final action at some point. So there are other opportunities for people to weigh in on this.
Okay. Yeah, thank
my
you for
intent,
that.
yes.
Thank you for that clarification. And I know Supervisor Turnbull, you would like to chime in on this also, but I just want to know if it's possible to bring the motion up on the screen so that there's clarity as to what we're voting on. Supervisor Turnbull, in the meantime?
No, that's basic what Brian was talking about. That's what I wanted to
Oh, okay.
bring
All
up
right.
too.
Okay. So the motion, when you said we don't need an ROI to do that, I understood that you were saying leave the ordinance the way it is, which means that somebody could appeal for a reduction. Doesn't, what the result of that would be, we don't know, but you would want to keep
Right.
that in place.
And that's opposite of what county council.
That's
is
right.
saying.
That's
You want the
why
R-
I'm
you want the
confused.
ROI, Brian.
No,
Right.
I'm sorry, but my
Yeah.
intent was to leave it as it stands today, that they would have the option to appeal if we.
Okay.
My apologies,
if-
I misunderstood.
If staff did not approve the project based on these setbacks, there would be an opportunity to appeal.
Okay.
That-
I wanted to that's what I heard, but then it got
Well,
confusing.
yes, and
So
I-
I'm going to leave it alone.
Then that is my mistake. I had,
Well,
that is what I heard as well,
otherwise
but I
we're
thought.
just
he had
gutting
had something-
any opportunity to do that. I mean, I would go that far, but I don't think the board, that's what the board I'm hearing really wants to do. So my intent would be, I don't think we need to go to that extreme. I think it's sort of self-regulating to some degree because of the setbacks.
Okay, okay, then, I I'm not going to support it that way. I'll make a second motion then. How's
fine.
that?
Well, one of the things, I'll chime in.
Okay,
here.
wait a second.
hang
Yeah.
on, I got my-
Supervisor Parlin would like to make a second motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and move that I believe it's the way it's written is to approve it the way that staff has written it with the ROI. Because I just think that I've seen it too many times the way it is now with this exception, and then the
Okay, hold
community has
on.
to find
That's
it. Oh,
under discussion.
yeah.
So there's a motion to support the staff recommendation
yes.
to initiate an ROI for the purposes of removing the language to allow for a possible CUP, for lack of a better way of saying it.
Yeah.
Is there a second to that motion?
George, I would think you'd want a second. This is to get rid of the exemption.
Well,
That's what you keep
understand.
saying you
Hold
want.
on. I need a second or the
no.
motion dies.
Can you just second it to discuss
All
it?
right, we'll second it, discuss it then.
Okay, Mr. Turnbull.
Okay, one of the things can we put in that, being that the setbacks we have, we reduce it, do away with the setbacks. You know what I mean? They can't come back. Can we also get rid of the appeals? Why do we have to have even an appeal for the process if we're not going to allow it anyway?
Mr. Mount.
So, yeah, I think there's a little confusion here. So the setback reduction request is part of processing the use permit.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So an appeal would, as a procedural issue, that is part of the approval of the use permit, those setback reductions. They're not a separate motion.
Okay.
So what's being appealed is the entirety of the use permit, normally because people have issue with that setback reduction. Does that help?
So what's before us with the two motions, the second motion, which we will take first, is to allow for the resolution of intention to modify section 130, which will go through a whole other process. Or the second motion is to keep the ordinance the way it is and to allow for appeals as necessary.
Well, not just appeals, but the variances.
The variances,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
So
going to
we
withdraw
have
my
a,
first motion and I'll support the second motion.
you're going to withdraw the first motion?
Yep.
And Supervisor Parlin, you were the second to that?
No, I was a second.
No, Supervisor Parlin was the second to Mr. Veerkamp's motion.
Here's the motion.
So do you consent to
Well,
that?
Withdrawing.
Mm-hmm.
Did I actually
Withdrawing the fir-
second that?
You did for discussion.
Oh, thank you. I'm like,
You're
why
welcome.
would I do that?
I know.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, I will also withdraw.
Okay, so there's one motion on the table and Supervisor Ferrero.
No, I don't think I have a question. I was confused by the two motions.
Yeah, it was,
I mean,
sorry.
I
it's very
don't, I really, we have the, probably going to support this because like I said, earlier, I'm very unlikely to grant an exception.
Right.
But we have that power to deny that in a hearing. So anyways, I just don't know if it's worth staff's time to go through all this effort to approve, to hang on.
Yeah.
To rewrite something that we have the power to override anyways in a hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to add to your point, it also takes a lot of staff time to go through the motion of a planning commission hearing that the public shows up large and opposes. Then there's an appeal, the staff time there. Also, the public shows up large to the board meeting. So, I mean, it's
I can see both sides. for
yeah,
sure.
and that's the thing. It's like, which one, if this is really the result that we're looking at, why are we putting our staff and the public and ourselves through the motions to get to where it feels like our county as a whole, is wanting to go? That's all. That's the whole reason I think that I know I was a proponent of bringing this item in the first place, because I just feel that we have wasted a lot of public's time, staff time, even the folks that are bringing the application, it wastes their time. And so let's get real and have clarity. This is what we're doing. This is what we're not doing. So then people can work within those boundaries. That's just what I have felt over the last several years of this, it's been huge. And honestly, I feel like it's been a distraction. So that's why I just, wanted to point that out to you too.
Yeah,
There
no,
is a lot of time that's been spent on these. Yeah.
Yep, good
We can
point.
discuss
It's a
this when
good
it
point.
comes back,
Does
right?
staff feel that
Yep,
this
the-
ROI
there'll
will do
be-
that?
There'll be more discussion because this starts a process
Okay.
that has a lot of input. And the one thing I like about the motion is that it starts a process that starts a lot of public input
Yes.
into this item.
Yeah.
I don't support the motion because I do think it's important to have that flexibility. Most of the appellants out there are looking at the writing on the wall going, there's been 7 appeals and all of them, have not been overturned. So, but I like the idea of there could be that one-off, and I like having that flexibility. So I'm not going to support the motion for that reason, but I am going to say that kicking off public input on this is something I would like to see. So,
And this is not the final decision.
and
it's
this
just
is
the
not the
start.
final.
Okay,
Right,
all
it's the
This starts the
start.
All right.
process. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Does anybody need to understand better the only motion that we have before us?
I got the clarification.
We
now,
got it?
so-
Okay. So
Yeah.
is
Ju-
there
just so I'm
further
clear, so
discussion?
this is
Yes.
all setbacks in that table as described. Okay.
Yes. Sure. Yeah, no, just remove number 2.
Move to, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Looking
we're
at all
kind of
these-
putting it
all of
all
them.
together in that chart.
Yeah.
So I think you do need number 2 in some form. So number 1 is, yes, we want to move forward with an ROI. Number 2 is you're directing staff what to include in the ROI. So to Mr. Peters' question, number 2 should perhaps say staff was directed to remove any ability to reduce a setback for any use.
To remove a setback for any use.
Yeah, or reduce a setback, because that's the way I'm reading the staff report.
Now, we were told though a minute ago that this would unfold during the process though, of the outreach with the public, and we would have another, we could change that as we go along. And that's what I was going to ask is if, when we look at I personally really like the idea of a laboratory at some point. When you do all this, will you bring back very specific examples of where the setback would be needed to do that? Does that make sense?
I guess that, Rob Peters again, our hope was that, yeah, also on top of understanding your motion, but what are the data points that your board needs to know or see so that we
Yeah.
can bring, an informed decision to you? So
Yeah.
that's why we didn't go and do a bunch of analysis on any one of these topics because we wanted to ensure, that we were understanding your direction and not spending time on. But it sounds like you want to know, kind of where those exist on each of these categories or where there's conflict within those areas.
Is that going to be too broad for you guys to bring back then? Because I know I was just interested in the laboratory. I think that would be a fabulous employer, perhaps, high-end jobs and all that. And would reducing the setback impact that one? I know I'm personally
That's a
interested in.
testing laboratory you're talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah.
That business is dead.
Well, that's a good point too. So,
I think as Aaron described, as an example, within the El Dorado Hills Business Park, there are many schools and places of worship and other things like that. And so it certainly could. And so we'll try to do our best to capture that
Okay.
for each of those instances. It may not be every single parcel is analyzed, but on a broad, these are the areas where they might, we can try to do that.
I think that was the only one I'd be interested in. If you guys have any
Since
other-
we're opening this process up also
Right.
to the public, I'm wondering if on item number 2, which Ms. Dawson, we have to remove the word "the" after remove. But I'm wondering if you would consider staff was directed to consider removing the ability to revoke a whatever the words are, but to consider.
Yeah, so that
we allow public yeah.
Because that's really what we were
thought
talking
on that
about.
one. Of, I don't know. Does that seem okay to everybody? Specifically number 2 of the motion.
Yeah, right, yeah.
I would just, if I may, ask that the second use of the word remove be modify, because the policy says that you modify and not necessarily
Okay.
eliminate.
So the second remove, Ms.
So
Dawson,
you consider to remove the ability to
Modify?
modify the setbacks.
okay. Good. I like that. Okay. And that was a motion by Supervisor Parlin and seconded by Supervisor Turnbow. So are you ready to vote?
Yeah, and does that get us so we can get some data then through this process? I mean, that's really
Yeah,
what I would
correct,
like
yeah,
to
yeah.
see.
Yeah,
Okay,
Clearly.
I like
they
that.
requested that. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
Motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Lane registering a no vote.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good work. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Yeah, this is a difficult one. Good job to the board working through it. We'll go ahead and maybe take one item in closed session. Maybe start with, I don't know which one you want to do. Maybe item 1, 2, or 3, and then we'll break for lunch.
Yeah, I think that 1 and 2 are related and I think can be accommodated in the time remaining. So if the board is willing, we could do that with then items 3 and 4 taking place in the afternoon.
Okay, sounds good. We'll go ahead and go into closed session.
And unmute. We are unmuted.
Okay, thank you and welcome back, El Dorado County. It is 1 o'clock and it is time for our open forum. We will now take open forum comments. Open forum is a time to comment on any item that was not on today's agenda. We will first take comments from those of you in the room and then from those of you on Zoom. Ms. Dawson.
We are now taking public comment on open forum. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We'll begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hi, Linda Colombo.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm in District 2, George Turnbull's district, and I'm still reading from Paradise by Lizzie Johnson. If you recall, we ended up last week with the death toll, a number complicated by how little remained of the victims, rose and fell according to what workers could infer as they sifted through homes and vehicles. By the end of the search, though, it would stand at 85 people. Only fire engines and news crews vans now rolled through Paradise. Downhill, checkpoints blocked the 4 routes into town, barring residents from entering the burn zone. The horror of the disaster was underscored by the desperate effort to find people who had not been heard from, a problem compounded by the downed cell phone towers. An unknown number of victims remained missing. At one point, the count surpassed 3,000. An investigator named Larson had been chosen to lead one of 13 search and recovery teams. Her job was to do welfare checks. At Feather River Hospital, IV poles, gurneys, and wheelchairs cluttered the helipad. The cardiology wing was 4 standing walls. The ceiling was gone. The interior heap of rusted metal. The remains of white cinder block walls marked ruined offices. Investigator Larson parked at a mobile home park. Melted Rolling Rock and Heineken beer bottles stuck to the asphalt. The team hadn't found anything yet and didn't particularly want to, even though they knew that finding a body would help a family desperate for answers. Another investigator had recently stepped through the brittle concrete lid of a septic tank and fallen into raw sewage. Thousands of damaged tanks were hidden beneath the ash. At the Pine Springs Mobile Home Park, 2 people were still unaccounted for. Larson spotted a white wheelchair lift, still raised. The porch steps were gone, the railing hung in the air, leading to nowhere. Under it, an orange tabby cat with singed fur lay dead on its side. If they had gotten out and into their car, this would be down, Larson said as she pointed to the chairlift. Unless there's another way out or someone took them. But the pet is still here, the wheelchair is still here, the lift is up. These are telltale signs. Yeah, somebody's not going to push it back up when they're trying to get the hell out. The mobile home's aluminum roof had collapsed and buried everything underneath it. A specialized team in their gas masks and safety suits and thick boots would come back soon. Larson and her team didn't have such expertise or equipment, so she tagged the home with a special tape signaling an incomplete search. And there we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Caleb Armstrong, District 4 constituent today. I used to be a semi-professional skateboarder. I did it for about 15 years. Super fun as a kid growing up. I took my kids down to Joe's skate park and I saw like 3 or 4 little girls. They were just trying to get to the park in their little rollerblades with their mom. One of them just fell right over from all the rocks and debris in that parking lot area. There's a ton of potholes down there. And it's really, it'd be great to see it fixed up. If you look at the hillside, there's a lot eroding away from that area. It's right where people come and park during all the fair activities, things like that, all the way up Armory Drive up to, coming up to Ray Lawyer right there. So it'd be great if maybe DOT could possibly do some work out there. There's a ton of gravel. And then there's a whole handicap area over there that goes down to the ramp into the fairgrounds. And it's just beat up. It just looks super crappy. I don't want to see my kid fall again or someone else's. Other than that, it'd be cool if you guys could do something about it. But other than that, that's all I came here for today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Seeing no other persons in the boardroom, can we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon, Board. In accordance with the Ralph M. Brown Act and recent updates under the Senate Bill 707, SB 707, the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors is committed to ensuring accessible and inclusive public meetings where remote participants have the same opportunity to address the board as in person. I want to say that I believe that is the case now regarding Zoom. In my Zoom participation, the system is much better. There was a little glitch with Supervisor Turnbow's mic where it was kind of hard to hear him, but we got that fixed, and we go forward with the understanding that we're meeting that requirement as noted in the meeting agenda. Well, it's fresh on my mind. The new public comment model doesn't work. I was prepared to use examples of this morning, but since the clerk of the board read that I cannot talk about any items currently on the agenda, I'm not able to do that. I'll have to wait till next week in order to be able to do that. But I can reflect by the number 16, 18, and 19. I had some notes here that I wanted to let you know why I believe it's not working. But also on item 16, I wanted to say where it worked, and I thank the chair for taking some notes on the public comments so that could be reflected into the actual item when the item was heard. There is going to be a big disparity whenever there's an afternoon series of regular meeting or regular items of that will be coming on in the morning. And certainly each one of you supervisors ought to be taking notes as to what the public is saying and reflect on those notes. There's a difference between an ad hoc committee and a standing committee. And sometimes that notion of an ad hoc committee and a standing committee, it gets mixed up. Just because you get rid of an ad hoc doesn't mean that you can't establish a standing committee. And so something that you might be considering in terms of going forward. Again, I have a lot of notes here that I took, and so I'll be reflecting that next open forum, if not having an opportunity to do it before. Thank you much for the time.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Good afternoon, Kelly Nelavaya, District 1, El Dorado Hills. I think you're going to hear this from us a lot, reflecting on this morning as Chris Payne just did, not making direct comments on any of the items. I just feel, I don't want to say betrayed, but that's how I feel. During the presentations, I thought, wow, I have so much I could have added and comment being in the commercial construction industry, working on 10, 20, 30, even $100 million projects. And some of the thoughts I had, which just feel so silenced. And it's okay to think something's a good idea and then realize, whether it's quickly or down the road, that maybe what seemed like a good idea needs to be reconsidered. We do that all the time in our lives, whether it's in our relationships, whether it's how we manage our households, whether it's how we discipline our children. Trial and error is okay. And I don't think it would reflect negatively on anyone to say, we really genuinely thought this might be a way to be more expedient. I can't think of any other reason except for trying to make things more expedient. Um, but it's okay to say, you know what? I think that the people who invest their time um, as volunteers, as citizens, as people who want to engage, to bring them back into the conversation where it's appropriate, which is really in the midst of the conversation. I think you probably don't even realize how much valuable information you may or may not have gotten today. And it can be supportive, or it can be additional things you hadn't thought of, or it might be reasons to pause and say, I hadn't really thought of it that way when I heard this portion of the presentation. So like I said, I don't think this is going to be the first time, because it's just going to happen again and again. And then we're forced to, like Chris said, wait a week, and then we can give you our thoughts. But then it's too late because you've already voted on it. So I hope that this will come back as something to perhaps be reconsidered, as something maybe that seemed like a good idea. I've seen y'all do it. Greg, you just realized, on the digital signs that, maybe it wasn't a good idea to put a complete ban, and we had the conversation, and the idea changed. So thank you all so much for letting us engage and give you our voice. And we really do want to work, collaboratively as a team to continue to make El Dorado County the best it can be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, Leo Bennett Koshan, Pollock Pines, District 5. When you started out this year, New Year's resolutions, fresh start, you introduced this new format. And I'm commending how you're working with each other, not interrupting, just a lot of improvement in that. And some meetings you go back and you listen and there's a transcript, and when you interrupt the transcript, the AI just has a lot of trouble. And I've noticed an improvement when I'm rereading meetings. So thank you for that. And, you're hearing a presentation from staff, and then you ask clarifying questions. And then after everybody's, had a turn, then you form a motion. That to me is very good governance. However, you, as other people have said, have basically muted the voice of the public. We don't get to have the advantageous of clarifying questions with you. We only can read the presentation, and if there's no value in your staff's verbal presentation, then why are you listening to the verbal presentation? Maybe that's a clarifying question. But, as a teacher, there's multiple ways that people take in information, and some people take it more auditorily than by reading. Some people need more than one repetition. They maybe need to read it, reread it, and then hear it. And the Brown Act, my understanding of good governance, this is a meeting with the public. We elect you, we create you, but as the Brown Act says, we don't cede control until the next election. And as Kelly pointed out, hopefully you experience a lot of value when the public does give you good comments. As Supervisor Parlin said, we could improve on that, and perhaps there could be a workshop or something in how to discern how to do the comments, send you something in writing, but then make a short summary. There's just so many ways that this meeting can return to everybody's voices being heard. You've been fortunate that these have been short agenda meetings, but if you go back to longer agenda meetings, people are going to have to really truncate or, pick and choose, and you're going to have a lot of frustrated people, perhaps even showing up with duct tape on their mouths because the feelings are not good out there in the public. And I want to second the idea. Please bring this back and refine and improve on this experiment. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 013.
Good afternoon, supervisors and staff. I'm calling in today to talk about the Emerald Bay property in the basin that the county bought 3.5 years ago. The county paid $9 million for these buildings, and part of the sale was to be the sale of the Talac Avenue County building. The other building was estimated to be worth $5 million 4 years ago. For your information, last week the offices in that county building were closed due to lack of heat, including Supervisor Lane's office. After about 1 year of no movement in this property, my husband offered to move the offices across town on a weekend. I had a meeting with Supervisor Lane in her office, and I let her know, and we laughed. But there's nothing funny about it. Now it's 3.5 years with only 1 week of action at the Emerald Bay buildings, about 15 months ago. In the late fall of 25, it was brought out on the consent calendar with no discussion or comment that the county had hired a company solely owned by minority and women from 500 miles away in San Bernardino to the tune of almost $900,000 to move the county offices a few miles. They get 3 years to do what could have been done in a couple days. Supervisors, what is going on? Who is doing this hiring? Did El Dorado County ever need a couple 60-year-old buildings to begin with, since we haven't needed them for 3.5 years? Under what hiring practices is El Dorado County spending our money on a business in Southern California instead of hiring locally, which has at least the potential to return that money to the community? This smacks of scandal and discrimination against white locals, especially men, including and their businesses, including people in my family. We need answers, board. If any of our county residents that are board watchers can help me with this, please do. Something stinks in the state of Denmark and in El Dorado County, and it's not cheese or cow manure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
Okay. Let's move on to, how about board member updates? Our good governance handbook says that each supervisor should report to the board and the CAO issues and concerns they are involved with, either within their district or outside as well, their boundaries, anything that affects the entire county. So let's go ahead and we'll go by district order today. So we'll start with District 1.
Thank you. Yeah, I sat on the NACO Justice and Public Safety monthly call a few days ago, and the discussion was over a federal law called, it's the 287G agreement. And what that is that the federal government allowed states to, where a governor would direct local law enforcement to help, or to direct local law enforcement, sheriffs and police departments to enforce immigration laws. And the focus of this conversation with states that are taking part in this is cost recovery for their deputies and the district attorneys, things like that. So I just found it was pretty ironic. You know, in California, we have SB 54, which strictly prohibits local law enforcement from assisting with ICE. Yeah, that was the focus of the call. And I'd never heard of this law before. Yeah, it was just kind of ironic, the differences in our states, and that their main concern was cost recovery, that they can't afford to help ICE. I attended the El Dorado Hills Chamber of Commerce Government Relations Committee last week and received a presentation from the Creekside development. We're going to be hearing at our next meeting, I believe. Attended our first meeting for the West Slope VHR ordinance on the ad hoc committee. And we have a date set, I believe it's February 24th for a public comment period for the VHRs on the West Slope.
Is that a workshop?
It's going to be more of a forum where we're just listening, taking notes.
Okay,
Yeah. And it's going to be here in this room.
okay.
And I believe it's, did you see, you just sent the email. I think it's 5:30 on the 24th. Yeah.
Will there be a Zoom option?
That's a good question.
No.
We didn't talk about that.
Oh, you guys, you've got to have a Zoom option. This is
Yeah.
a countywide issue.
Yeah, they are working on a,
I will not support that.
on an online, like a survey. So,
Mhm.
for outreach, but
Ways,
yeah, we didn't
okay.
discuss it. We didn't discuss Zoom, but that might be something we look at. Yeah.
So
Thank you. Then we had our first, or a planning commission, not our first, planning commission bylaw ad hoc meeting yesterday. And then also yesterday, I received an update on the glassy wing sharpshooter problem in El Dorado Hills with the Department of Agriculture. And I believe we're having a presentation on that next month, so I won't get into too many details, but we're not making a lot of progress. It's spread. It was spread to the Serrano neighborhoods, but it's spread to south of the freeway now. And the state just did an emergency declaration for another $2 million for our county. So we're up into the over $4 million range for our county and not seeing a lot of progress. Leanne Mila said that, cold weather, a hard freeze would really help, but, we haven't had that,
Warming up.
Some low altitude snow would be great. We have the biggest infestation in the state. There are a number of other counties that are dealing with the same thing, but they're going to try to do everything they can to prevent it from going up the hill into the wine region. And that is all I have.
That's big.
Yeah.
Okay, District 2 Supervisor Turnbull.
yeah, I just want to say that haven't had any updates in a couple weeks or a few weeks and stuff since, we had Christmas and New Year's and stuff. So it goes back a ways. Met with a lot of different, board department heads, different things that are kind of going on. Had also Maria Alvarado Gilway had a meeting at the sheriff's office and stuff, and with all her staff, some of the things that were going on in El Dorado County and pushing, especially with good forest management, and also they had somebody from the casino speak at that particular time too, and then Eric Pomberg, he also spoke from the sheriff's office. Then we had Lori and I attended Zoom, which is the biomass update, and that'll be coming up here pretty soon. Some of the things that are happening and some of the things we're working on. But also I had an event that night. Blissville Gardens had an event, and so it was Employee of the Year. So I actually passed out an award for that. And I don't know if you've ever been to Blissville Gardens. It's a very beautiful. It's a senior facility, is what it is. And they do a great job. They really do. And they're talking about expanding across the street from that. So that's going to be kind of cool. Also, we had, we had the Cal Fire event. Brian and I attended because it's been a while since I talked about it. And Mike Blankenhelm, yeah. Anyway, we presented him because he retired and stuff. And we're working. So there's going to be a meeting set up with Brian Oneto, because I want to do the same thing in Amador County that we're doing here when it comes to a Whopper and vegetation management, because they have nothing there, nothing at all. So they want to try to follow our lead. So Sue, I'm just letting you know, I'll get that scheduled here pretty soon. And then, like I say, then I had the issue with the wind, project that's coming up and stuff. Had a meeting with them and some of the concerns there that I expressed. And then we had the VHR, West Slope. And like I say, this will be a good thing, and we need the public's input. And I think that'll help us a lot, and we want to hear from them. And then also the grassy winged sharpshooter, it's very contagious. It's moved into my district now, and it's in Blackstone right now. So we got to prevent it from getting to the wineries. And the biggest part of what I'm concerned about is the funding. So what happens if the funding runs out? It's going to be bad, especially for our county, because it's going to, especially when the vineyards and stuff are already suffering right now, it's going to make it impact them even more. So that's all I have.
All right, thank you. District 3 Supervisor Veerkamp.
Yeah, thank you very much. Monday morning, attended the EID meeting. Well, there was a water agency EID item. I'll let Supervisor Parlin elaborate on it, but I think it went well for what the water agency was concerned about. This Wednesday, tomorrow at 10, we have the water agency meeting here in the board chambers. Thursday, we've got a monthly SACOG meeting in the morning, and there's a couple items that are important to us, and that's updating MOU with Caltrans on state and federal funding, and looking ahead to transportation funding and transit funding, but not for us immediately. It's Sacramento, Sutter, YOLO, and Yuba on their unmet transit needs. So there are others out there that have the same unmet transit needs. So funding, as I reported during that item, is an issue. So if there's anything new that comes out of that, I'll definitely bring that home to us. Thursday evening, we've got a Diamond Springs El Dorado CAC meeting, and we've got 2 vacancies on the board. So I've got some people interested. Hopefully we'll fill that. We will be looking at the first draft of the design guidelines for Diamond Springs El Dorado. And that's all I have.
Great. Supervisor Parlin, District 4.
Yeah, last week, Supervisor Lane and I met with staff regarding next steps for working with Placer County on the Rubicon Trail, following that board direction from, I don't know what year that was. Let's say it's 2024. I don't know. But anyway, we're working in that vein of effort. And I had a meeting with staff and our local Shingle Springs Band and Miwok tribal leadership. It was our annual meeting to discuss issues. And I just wanted to, the reason I'm mentioning it to the board is because that item that was here before us, and we wrote the letter about the housing, we brought that up in that conversation. And I conveyed to the tribe that the neighbors in the North Buckeye next door would like to consider some changes to it regarding the ingress and egress for the housing. So just wanted you to know, I've been following up on the issue that was before the board here. Also had a follow-up meeting with LAFCO, Mosquito Fire, Garden Valley Fire, and CIO representatives regarding support, the county's support for mosquito fire, trying to find their way to sustainability. However they choose to do that, we're here to help them. And then kind of along the same lines, attended in Georgetown, the Georgetown Fires meeting last Friday. CAO joined me for as much as she could because it was a long meeting, but I stayed for the whole thing. And again, they're making some changes and looking at, potential agreements with their neighbors for sustainability. So wanted everybody to know that the county will be there for as much as we can to support those efforts. And I think everybody appreciates that. I normally don't report out on events that I attend. However, I was in Garden Valley for their breakfast at the fire station Sunday, and I had residents tell me how much they appreciated that DOT had got out and done some great work on Greenwood Road. And I told those residents that I would convey that to staff. So DOT maintenance, this is your shout out. The work on Greenwood Road was greatly appreciated. And I did not realize until I went on a drive by, what was it, a couple months ago, how the condition of that road had deteriorated. So thank you for tending to that. And then yesterday, yes, as Supervisor Veerkamp said, EID had an item on their agenda regarding their collaborative, there it is, efforts with the water agency. And so I attended with our general manager, Rebecca Guo, and we made some comments to show that we appreciate the collaboration because remember that the water agency has responsibility for planning water issues, not just water supply, but flooding, all those kinds of things, drought, countywide. And so we just really appreciated that they talked about what's their priorities and how it fits as we all collaborate for this countywide planning. And then Supervisor Ferraro mentioned already the Planning Commission bylaws, and that should be coming to you guys. Do you remember when that's coming to the board? I think we're shooting for February at this point, but February is light on meetings, so it might be March. But anyway, it's coming. And then lastly, yesterday there was a first five El Dorado Commission meeting, and the commission's focusing on their rebranding of First Five now that the county is pivoted away from hubs, which that makes me sad. But anyway, that's where we're at.
All right, all good reports. A little bit from District 5, and that is a shout out to our Department of Transportation. We got snow right before Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
So we enjoyed a white Christmas and everybody was very happy to see it. And really, the county did a superb job of clearing the roads. That's also a shout out to our human resources because, you know, they've really been aggressive about getting out early and trying to get us fully staffed. And so that's a good demonstration of when you're fully staffed and we have new equipment that we're working with. So our equipment's not falling down, breaking down as much. And the result is that we're really proud of the work that the department's doing up there. So I wanted to mention that. On the other side of it, I reached out to Lieutenant Morton from the sheriff's. He's going to be leaving OES, but he's still there.
Yay.
So I reached out to him because we had a huge issue on Sunday. I believe that was January 4th. A huge traffic jam in Tahoe that resulted on multiple side streets getting jammed up as locals and tourists alike tried working around Highway 50 because it was all jammed up there. And what I realized as I was one of the motorists trying to get out of town to get down here, the lack of resources to communicate when we have issues like that. So I reached out to Lieutenant Morton. He's going to talk to his team. But I basically said, you know, with all the technology we have and with our ability to geofence, couldn't we have sent out a message to everyone in this cell phone geographic area, you know, to tune into, for example, a radio station or whatever we're going to do to direct them to information? Because when you're on the road and you're stuck in traffic, dead stuck in traffic, there's no way to communicate. And so I know that during evacuations, we have that in place. And I'm just wondering, without stepping on their feet, is there something out there, some way that we can communicate with, especially tourists that don't know what their resources are? So anyway, I just bring that to the board's attention. And I would like to ask at this time for a CAO update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to report out on my attendance at the Georgetown Fire Board meeting. I did speak in support of the efforts that they have undertaken already to work with after the retirement of their chief, rather than recruiting a new chief right away. They have been working with Garden Valley and looking to Chief Norman to help them out quite a bit. And I believe they are looking at entering into a shared services agreement for an extended period of time. So I did speak in support of that and offered that if they were exploring options, any kind of reorganization or sort of, you know, efficiencies they could find regionally, that they could come to the county and we would help brainstorm with them and think creatively and support those efforts. So
that's really smart.
Yeah.
Really smart. All right, we are going.
Got one.
Okay, go back.
One go
It'll
back.
cost you, but okay.
So anyway, I attended the new employee orientation yesterday. So we got some new employees or, you know, so I think it was like 8 or 9.
Good. That's great.
Good.
Great. All right, we're going to go ahead and return to closed session. And I look at County Council. Do you think that we're going to need to report out?
There is the possibility of report on one of the items, yes.
Okay. All right, so we will move into closed session. All right, we are back from closed session, and I'll look towards our county council. Do we have any report out?
Yes, we do, Madam Chair. The board's completed its closed session items, having heard items 1 through 4. On item 4, the performance evaluation of the registrar of voters, on a 5-0 vote, the board approved an increase from step 2 to step 3 of the salary schedule, effective the first full pay period following today's date. That concludes my report.
Okay, terrific. Then seeing nothing else on our agenda, we will stand adjourned at 2:35.